Have you ever felt your body doing things you couldn't explain, like sudden waves of energy rising through your spine, an unexplained tightness in your chest when you're alone, or a tingling sensation between your eyebrows that comes and goes like a whisper in the dark? Maybe you've had days where your heart felt like it was beating in a different rhythm, nights when your skin vibrated as if touched by something unseen. The world may have told you to ignore it, to medicate it, to rationalize it. But deep inside, something holy was stirring. These are not just physical symptoms, they are sacred signals. They are divine confirmations that you, beloved, are not only awakening, you are reaching your final stage of it. This message is not for the masses, it's for the remnant, for God's chosen ones, for the ones who have walked through invisible fire, cried prayers no one ever heard, and yet still stood firm when everything in them wanted to collapse. You didn't ask for this calling, but it found you. And now your body is echoing heaven's rhythm, because your spirit is being sealed for something far greater than you can yet imagine. Before we go deeper into the mystery, I want to pause and say thank you from the depths of my soul. Thank you to every person who has supported this journey, who has liked, shared, and especially those who have blessed this mission through a super thanks. You are not just viewers, you are intercessors, spiritual builders of something eternal. Your presence, your faith, your generosity, it means more than I can say. And if anything I've said so far resonates with something unspoken deep within you, leave a 777 in the comments right now. That number isn't a coincidence. It's divine alignment. It's heaven's way of nodding, whispering, "Tot, yes, it's you. I'm speaking to you." Now, what if those strange body signs weren't random at all? What if they were markers, signals, proof that the old version of you is shedding and something radiant, holy, and dangerous to darkness is being born through you? Stay with me, because what you're about to discover might just confirm what your soul already knows, but your mind couldn't quite grasp. God's chosen ones, these strange body signs mean you're in your final stage of awakening. You may have thought it was just exhaustion, a strange ache, a sudden shiver, a persistent fatigue that doctors can't explain and friends can't understand. But what if I told you these aren't just random body glitches? What if what you're feeling isn't a malfunction, but a message? A whisper coded in your bones, vibrating in your cells, echoing from a realm higher than logic and louder than your doubts. God's chosen ones, your body's no longer operating by the rules of the ordinary. You've outgrown the frequencies of the world, and your physical form, this sacred vessel, is trying, often desperately, to keep pace with your spiritual metamorphosis. These symptoms are not inconveniences. They are sacred signals. They are alarms sounding in the deep, like whale songs beneath the ocean of your awareness. And they are whispering to you the truth that the world has not yet seen. You are crossing into your final stage of awakening. You are not deteriorating, you are emerging. You are not failing, you are shifting dimensions. Think of Elijah under the broom tree in 1 Kings 19. He was exhausted, trembling, asking God to take his life. A prophet undone, a man of faith on the brink of collapse. But God didn't scold him. He sent an angel to feed him. He let him rest, twice. Because even God knows the soul needs bread, but the body needs stillness. The body breaks before the spirit rises. Elijah's shaking wasn't weakness, it was preparation. His collapse was sacred choreography, divine timing disguised as despair. And so it is with you. The shaking, the sleepless nights, the sudden heat rushing through your spine. This isn't anxiety, it's activation, a divine download, a frequency override. Your system is aligning with divine rhythm, even when your conscious mind hasn't yet caught up. You're not failing. You're being formatted anew. Like gold in a furnace or clay on the potter's wheel, every pulse, every twinge is part of the remaking. You ever wonder why the people around you don't seem to feel what you feel? Why they laugh while your chest feels heavy? Why noise suddenly overwhelms you and light pierces like needles? It's not because you're fragile. It's because you're sensitive to realms they haven't entered yet. You're not broken. You're being retuned. You're the instrument the world can't play yet, like a harp string being stretched before the sound is made pure. Before resonance can come, there must be tension. You are being pulled into purpose, calibrated by spirit, fine-tuned by heaven. You may feel raw, but you are becoming rare. There's a woman I met. Let's call her Lisette. She worked for years as a corporate lawyer in New York. Sleek, successful, respected. On paper, she had everything. But last year, she began waking up at 3:33 every morning, drenched in sweat, heart racing. Her hands tingled. Food tasted like nothing. Colors dimmed. Laughter felt hollow. She thought she was sick. Doctors said she was fine, but something deeper was calling her, something ancient. She eventually left her job, moved to Guatemala, and is now building a school for orphaned girls. Something she says she dreamed of as a child, but forgot. Her body had to scream because her soul had gone silent. The signals didn't stop until she listened. Sound familiar? It should, because the soul never forgets its mission. It only waits for the body to catch up, and sometimes the pain is the bridge. Nature itself testifies to your transformation. Consider the eagle. At around 40 years old, the eagle's talons grow too weak to grasp prey. Its beak becomes bent, and its feathers too heavy for flight. In order to survive, the eagle retreats to a mountaintop. There, it breaks off its own beak by striking it against the rocks. It plucks out its talons, tears off its old feathers, and waits in excruciating solitude. Days, weeks, in silence, in stillness. Only after this brutal self-stripping does the eagle regenerate. It emerges renewed, reborn, and ready to soar for another 30 years. What if what you're feeling is not a collapse but a sacred breaking? What if the pain is the beak snapping? What if the silence is the mountain and the isolation is your molting? Could it be that what looks like ruin is really the rebirth? That what feels like the end is actually holy beginning? Jesus said in Luke 21:11, "There will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events." But he also said, "Stand firm, and you will win life." Luke 21:19. The trembling is part of the winning. The chaos is part of the birthing. The chosen don't walk painless paths. Their awakening is seismic. Their transformation is sacred. They are not given easy lives. They are given eternal assignments. You weren't chosen for comfort. You were chosen for consequence. And think of Maya Angelou, the late poet and civil rights icon. She once said, "We delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it has gone through to achieve that beauty." That quote, it was about you. Your body is changing because your spirit has grown too large to stay small. You're not just blooming. You're breaking through. You're shedding the husk of who you were for the wings of who you're meant to become. The cocoon is dark, but the chrysalis holds glory. And not just Maya. Consider Corrie ten Boom, a humble Dutch watchmaker who helped hide Jewish families during the Nazi occupation. She was arrested and imprisoned in Ravensbrück concentration camp, where death surrounded her daily. Yet even in that darkness, she became a source of light for others. In her book, she wrote, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." Your prison may not have barbed wire. It might be emotional burnout, spiritual confusion, or long seasons of silence, but the sanctuary still exists within you. And where there is sanctuary, there is spirit. You are being refined in the unseen, so that when the world sees you, it will see God through you. Hidden, but holy. So if you're seeing these signs, don't ignore them. You're not just awakening, you're being summoned. Chosen ones are not called gently, they are shaken awake. They are broken open so the oil can pour. The discomfort is the doorway. The signal is not an error, it's an invitation. It is your body crying out, your soul stepping forward, your calling beginning to burn. Are you listening, or are you still trying to go back to sleep? You wake up some mornings feeling like you've been through something colossal, but there's no evidence. Your legs feel like they ran across deserts. Your shoulders hold a pressure like invisible hands have been gripping them through the night. Your back, it's stiff, like it's been supporting a world you can't name. And yet, you didn't lift a single thing. You didn't run. You didn't strain your body in any visible way. So what is it? Why are you waking up sore, drained, heavy, like you've lived another life while you slept? This isn't just poor posture or a bad mattress. This is the weight of spiritual labor. When you're a chosen one, your body becomes more than a body. It becomes a vessel of transmutation, an alchemical chamber that not only processes your emotions, but begins to filter and absorb the energy of those around you. Whether you realize it or not, your system, especially your muscles, tissues, and nervous structure, acts like a sacred sponge. It picks up grief from the mother you consoled yesterday. It soaks in tension from the crowded bus ride. It collects the energetic dust from spaces others merely pass through. And because chosen ones have an elevated empathy, a kind that feels ancestral, even divine, you don't just feel for people, you feel as them. And over time the body begins to ache under the invisible weight of what it was never meant to carry alone. Ever wonder why your neck hurts after a conversation you never truly finished? Why your lower back tenses up even when you've been sitting still? That's not random, it's remembrance. It's your nervous system whispering the truth. Your mouth was too tired to speak. That ache isn't weakness, it's memory. It's the residue of inherited trauma, absorbed pain, and spiritual duties your soul has been fulfilling in the background. Jesus himself often withdrew to lonely places to pray, Luke 5:16, not only to connect with the Father, but to release the weight of what he was holding for others. The chosen carry not only revelation, but burden. Remember when the woman with the issue of blood touched Jesus' robe? He stopped and said, "I felt power go out from me." Luke 8:46. Power leaves the body when healing happens. The soreness you feel, it might be the result of healing someone else silently. There's a man named Caleb. He used to be a trauma nurse. For years he worked night shifts, attending to the most broken human moments, suicides, overdoses, abuse victims. But Caleb told me that what finally made him collapse wasn't the gore or the pace. It was what happened in his dreams. He began dreaming about people he never met. He would wake up with sore arms, as if he had physically held someone through the night. One night, he dreamed of pulling a child out of water. The next morning, his entire upper body was aching, and he had shortness of breath. He later found out that a patient admitted hours earlier had nearly drowned. Same age, same clothes as the boy in his dream. Was it coincidence? Or was Caleb's soul doing something his waking mind couldn't understand? You see, chosen ones aren't just spiritually awake, they're spiritually employed. Even in sleep, even in silence, your body doesn't lie, it reveals. And this sensitivity isn't a flaw. In fact, the holiest among us often feel the heaviest. Look at Pope Francis. Despite his gentle tone and compassionate leadership, he's admitted in interviews that the emotional weight of the world keeps him up at night. So much so that he prays daily for the strength not to absorb it all. "The pain of others becomes my own," he once said. Chosen ones often echo this sentiment without even realizing they're doing it. Now consider nature, specifically the ancient sequoia trees. These giants stand tall for thousands of years. But what most don't know is their roots, though shallow, are intertwined with every other tree around them. When one sequoia is sick, the others feed it. When one is weak, the others lean in silently. You are like a sequoia. What you feel in your body might be what someone else lacks in theirs. And your roots, the unseen spiritual networks, are doing work while your eyes are closed. But here's the part most forget. Just because you can absorb doesn't mean you're supposed to. There comes a point in every chosen one's life when the aches, the fatigue, the soreness becomes too loud to ignore. And that's when the Spirit leads you not just into service, but into boundaries. Because when you start protecting your energy with sacred intention, when you fast from noise, from people-pleasing, from overcrowded rooms, your body starts to exhale. You begin to feel light again, as if the invisible backpack has finally been unstrapped. And that's not magic. That's restoration. That's you returning to what's truly yours and releasing what never was. So the next time your shoulders feel heavy, don't just stretch. Ask your soul, who did I hold last night? What grief did I carry that wasn't mine? And more importantly, am I ready to let it go? Even Maya Angelou, the late poet, author, and civil rights activist, someone who carried the weight of generations in her voice, once said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." And sometimes that untold story isn't even yours, it's someone else's, and you've been entrusted to release it. Chosen ones often carry the sorrow of their bloodline, the silence of their ancestors, the ache of a friend who never said goodbye. But Maya didn't just carry those stories. She released them into poems, songs, truth. You too are being called to transmute what you carry. Because if your body is still aching, it's not just reacting, it's revealing. It's telling you that your final stage of awakening isn't just about ascension. It's about surrender. It's about discernment. And most of all, it's about no longer apologizing for the weight you feel, because what you feel is holy. There's nothing wrong on the outside. The air is cool, the room is quiet, the fan spins like a soft whisper above your head, and yet, inside you, something ancient begins to stir. Your chest warms, your palms sweat. A subtle burn radiates through the soles of your feet like you're walking on coals no one else can see. But there's no fever, no anxiety, no medical condition that explains why your skin feels like it's glowing from within. This isn't just body heat. This is sacred fire. For the chosen ones, these rising surges of internal heat aren't malfunctions of the flesh. They're messages from the Spirit. They're spiritual ignition points, signs that something within you is shifting, awakening, unlocking. It's your soul heating the walls of the body to make more room for God's voice to echo louder. You aren't burning up, you're burning through. And the fire starts subtly. It may begin right after a moment of deep reflection, or during a conversation that grazes your core, or in the silence before a decision you haven't yet spoken aloud. Your body starts heating up, not from friction, but from frequency. Something in your vibration is changing. You're leveling up, and like any sacred recalibration, your energetic field begins to expand, and your physical body rushes to keep up. You're not overheating, you're evolving. Most people dismiss it. They run to the doctor, they blame hormones, they drink cold water or escape into distractions. But chosen ones aren't most people. You feel things deeper, earlier, louder. You feel in the flesh what others only sense in hindsight. That's what being spiritually attuned does. It sharpens your perception until your body becomes the altar, the antenna, the battlefield, and the temple all at once. Take Serena Williams, for instance. She once shared that before some of her most powerful tennis matches, especially during spiritual or transitional seasons in her life, her entire body would heat up during practice as if she were on fire. Not from exercise, but from inner alignment. It felt like something bigger than adrenaline, she said, like my body was being filled with purpose before I even stepped on the court. That's not performance. That's preparation from the Spirit. This heat shows up when you're about to move forward, but something in your life is still holding you back. It's like your spirit is lighting a fire beneath your feet, whispering, "Move," before you burn in a place you've outgrown. One man I knew, Thomas, a quiet accountant who never spoke of spiritual things, began to experience these intense heat waves every time he sat down at work. He checked his thyroid, he changed his diet. Still, the fire would rise, especially during moments when he stared at his computer, wondering if his life was meant for more. One night, while standing in line at a grocery store, it hit him again, but this time, instead of resisting it, he leaned into it. "What are you trying to tell me?" he asked silently. That very week he signed up for seminary. Today he's a hospital chaplain, and he says the heat has transformed, not disappeared, but shifted into warmth every time he steps into someone's pain. That wasn't illness, that was calling. Look at Scripture. "Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces?" Jeremiah 23:29. God doesn't always come quietly. Sometimes he announces his presence with fire, not to destroy, but to refine. Jacob didn't become Israel in a peaceful garden. He was transformed in the midnight wrestle when heaven touched sinew and left a limp. That wound wasn't weakness. It was the mark of his new name, his divine assignment. And remember Paul, he was not called by a whisper, but by a blinding light that knocked him off his path, stole his sight, and gave him vision. The chosen are rarely called gently. They're struck into awakening. Fire doesn't always burn from the outside. Sometimes it erupts in the soul, like Jeremiah, who said, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." Jeremiah 29. And nature tells the same story. When the phoenix transforms, it does not fly away in silence. It rises from ashes, reborn by flame. When lava erupts from the volcano, it looks like destruction, but later we discover new land has formed. And when the stars themselves are born, they are born from burning gas collapsing into brilliance. Your fire is not chaos, it is creation. And sometimes the heat rises around people whose energy disrupts yours, not because they're evil, but because your spirit recognizes frequencies that no longer belong in your next season. Your soul starts the detox before your mind chooses the boundary. That heat, it's your guardian. It says, you may still smile at them, but you will no longer merge with them. This connection has expired. You might feel it after a hard truth lands in your chest, after you finally admit you're not fulfilled, not loved, not aligned. The fire rises to burn through your denial. Or maybe it comes right before you're about to step into your purpose, and the enemy tries to distract you. That heat, it says, stay focused. You are standing on holy ground. And don't mistake this for punishment. This is purification. You are not being burned alive. You are being born again. So the next time the fire returns, don't fight it. Don't panic. Don't numb it. Don't apologize for it. Instead, stand still and say, "Speak, Lord, your servant is listening." Because when chosen ones begin to burn from within, it's not a malfunction. It's a sign that heaven has lit a flame inside of them that no man can put out. And when that fire starts moving through your soul, your body will sweat, your voice will tremble, your eyes might even tear. But don't mistake that for weakness. That is the moment God is reshaping the atmosphere around you, and everything inside you is rising to meet Him. But what if the heat doesn't go away? What if you keep waking up in sweat-stained sheets, even though your room is cold and the night was still? What if every time you sit still long enough, between your inhale and your exhale, the warmth returns, uninvited but familiar, like a silent flame licking the edge of your ribs? Then it's no longer just a sign, it's a summoning. Chosen ones often mistake these seasons for anxiety or burnout. But what's really happening is spiritual labor. You are carrying something in your womb that is not physical, but prophetic. And the fire is the contraction. The burning is the countdown. The heat is the midwife whispering, "You're almost there. Don't push it away now." This is what modern language doesn't teach us, that spiritual rebirth has symptoms, that elevation leaves fingerprints on the body, that the anointing of God often arrives wrapped in things we label discomfort, insomnia, irritability, heat, pressure, nausea, fatigue. But in heaven's vocabulary, these are not problems. These are preludes to power. Think of Albert Einstein, a mind not only brilliant, but burdened. He would sweat profusely during times of deep mental download, often isolating himself during those moments when ideas came not from books, but from what he called another dimension. His genius came with fire. So does yours. You're not just remembering facts, you're channeling frequencies. That fire you feel, it's not just yours. It's generational, it's ancestral. You're the endpoint of battles your bloodline never had the strength to win. And so your body becomes a furnace, not of destruction, but of deliverance. You're burning off chains they never saw. You're sweating out lies that clung to your DNA. You're radiating light into shadows no one ever dared name. In the Bible, when the Holy Spirit descended upon the disciples at Pentecost, it didn't come as a breeze or a whisper. It came as fire, and tongues of fire rested on each of them. Acts 2:3. Not to consume them, but to commission them. So why would it be different for you? You've been called to speak things that no one around you has the language for yet. Your presence alone stirs waters, shifts conversations, exposes truth. And so your body begins to feel it first. The heat comes as both signal and preparation. A woman once shared with me that during her divorce, she began feeling unexplained heat in her chest every night around 3 a.m. She thought it was anxiety, but when she finally stopped fighting it and sat in the silence, she heard it clearly in her spirit. This is not the end of your story. This is the refining fire. Weeks later, she launched a counseling center for women. That heat had been her altar all along. Even trees understand this principle. In certain forests, there are seeds that cannot germinate unless exposed to fire. Scientists call it pyrophilic germination. Without fire, these seeds lie dormant for years, even decades. But once the heat touches them, the outer shell cracks and new life breaks through. So what if your heat isn't random? What if it's the cracking of the shell? What if your purpose has been waiting all this time, not for perfect timing or external conditions, but for internal combustion, for your spirit to reach a temperature where your calling can finally break free? Let the fire do what it was sent to do, because what feels like burning is actually becoming. What feels like sweating is actually shedding. And what feels like pressure is actually prophetic preparation. So the next time the fire rises, don't run. Don't panic. Don't diagnose. Instead, bow. Say, "Here I am, Lord. Burn away anything that does not carry your name." Because when God places fire inside of you, it's not for you to hide it. It's for you to walk through life as the flame itself. And you'll know you've been transformed when the fire that once startled you becomes the very light you use to lead others home. There are moments in your journey when your body begins to speak a language your mind hasn't yet learned. You're sitting still, calm, not anxious, not cold, and yet your palms tingle, a buzz hums beneath your scalp. A strange numbness dances down your legs. You shake it off, you move, stretch, breathe, yet it remains. Not constantly, but often enough to make you wonder, am I imagining this, or is something spiritual trying to break through my physical shell? If you're a chosen one, the answer is clear. This is not imagination. This is initiation. Your nervous system is receiving messages your mind hasn't translated yet. These sensations, tingling, buzzing, burning, are not random. They are the tremors of spiritual motion beneath the surface. They are not symptoms of dysfunction, but of divine transition. As Scripture says, the Spirit Himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Romans 8:16. Sometimes the Spirit speaks not through thunder, but through sensation, through your spine, which stores the memories of sorrow and the stirrings of courage, through your hands, gateways of healing and giving, through your feet, the sacred ground where destiny and direction meet. Chosen ones are not like others. Their bodies are barometers of spiritual weather. When a spiritual upgrade begins, when you're on the verge of a new identity, a deeper truth, or a long-awaited breakthrough, your energy begins to move in unfamiliar ways. This energetic shift may manifest as heat, numbness, or internal shaking. It's not a panic, it's a preparation. Oprah Winfrey once shared that during a season of deep transition, she felt an internal pull she couldn't name. Not fear, not ambition, something more ancient. She described it as a knowing without language. That is what happens when your soul begins to speak louder than your ego. When your assignment starts to announce itself, not through words, but through the body. And it's not just for the famous or celebrated. Think of the quiet midwife in a rural village whose palms would sweat before a birth, as if her body knew before the child arrived whether the delivery would be easy or stormy. Or the janitor who kept dreaming about flames on his arms, only to realize years later he was called to minister to addicts, carrying their spiritual fires into healing. Or the grandmother who always got chills before someone in the family fell ill, who was dismissed as superstitious when she was actually prophetic. These are not rare gifts. These are chosen bodies, sensitive to the unseen, receptive to the holy. Even in nature, this is mirrored. The sunflower turns to the light before it can see the dawn. Whales migrate thousands of miles through dark oceans using frequencies we cannot hear. Birds shift their course long before storms appear. Your body, too, is part of this divine symphony. You're not disconnected. You are deeply wired into the rhythm of the Spirit. The heat that rises in your chest isn't hormonal. It's the fire of purpose awakening. The buzzing in your hands isn't random. It's the signal of spiritual power activating. Jeremiah 29 echoes this mystery. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. The body of a chosen one burns, not from exhaustion but from calling. And yes, you may wake up sore. Your back may ache, your legs heavy, your neck stiff, but you haven't lifted anything. That's because your body often carries what your spirit is processing. You absorb energies, break generational chains in your sleep, intercede without even praying aloud. You feel before others confess. You ache before others weep. And you are exhausted, not because you are weak, but because your soul is working while your life appears still. You are like Moses, glowing after the mountain, but unaware. Like Elijah under the broom tree, exhausted not from failure, but from divine transition. Like Hannah, weeping in the temple, mistaken for drunk, when really her soul was birthing something heaven had not seen yet. This is your reality, and yet few understand it. The world has no language for it. Doctors may dismiss it, friends may minimize it, but heaven recognizes it. You are being fine-tuned for a level of clarity, compassion, and calling few dare walk in. And still, like the snake shedding its skin without shame, or the phoenix turning to ash before it flies, your body knows what to do. It will buzz, it will burn, it will ache, not as punishment, but as prophecy, not as dysfunction, but as divine preparation. So when the next wave hits, whether it's heat in your chest, pressure behind your eyes, a vibration in your hands, don't panic, don't suppress it, don't assume you're broken. Pause, listen. What truth just passed through your mind? What lie tried to attach to your spirit? What cycle is being severed? What version of you is quietly being resurrected? Because your body, dear one, is not malfunctioning. It's prophesying. And you are not falling apart. You are finally aligning with who you were born to be. So if you've made it this far, understand this. The trembling in your limbs, the warmth in your chest, the pressure in your skull, they are not signals of collapse. They are birth pangs, not of pain alone, but of power. Because chosen ones are not sent into the world as tourists of the spirit. They are midwives of the new. They don't just walk through fire, they carry it. And when your body begins to resonate with frequencies no one else can hear, when your nervous system buzzes with messages no one else can decode, you're not cursed. You're calibrated. That heat in your spine, that is the sword of truth being sharpened. That vibration in your palms, that is the healing of generations begging to be released. That sensation in your skull, that is the veil thinning, the heavens whispering, the call of God echoing through your bones. Let them say you're too sensitive. Let them roll their eyes when you pause to breathe through what they cannot feel. Because the chosen are never loud in the beginning. They feel first, they carry first, they surrender first. And when the fire finishes its work, they rise first. You are in the sacred in-between now, between what was and what will be. Between who you've been and who God is shaping. And this transformation, it is not metaphorical, it is cellular, it is spiritual, it is visible only to those whose vision has been baptized by fire. But here's the truth most won't tell you. Spiritual awakening does not always begin in a mountaintop moment. Sometimes it begins in your own living room, with a numb leg, a tingling hand, a strange vibration in the back of your neck. And when it does, it's not asking for panic. It's asking for permission. Permission to awaken what religion numbed. Permission to resurrect what trauma buried. Permission to be made new, not just inspired. You've felt the buzz. You've seen the signs. Now comes the deeper part. Recognizing what it means when the fire keeps burning, but the world around you stays silent. Because the next truth in this journey is not about sensation, it's about silence. The kind that surrounds the chosen just before they emerge. The kind that covered Joseph in prison before Pharaoh called. The kind that fell over Jesus in the tomb before the stone rolled away. The kind you feel now, quiet, sacred, misunderstood. And yet the silence is not absence. It is God pulling the bowstring back before the release. It is heaven holding its breath before the reveal. So if you're tingling today, wait, because next you'll be glowing. You're not anxious. You're not under pressure. No argument just happened. And yet, out of nowhere, a tightness wraps around your chest like a hand made of invisible weight. It's not sharp, not painful, but it is undeniably real. It visits you during the quietest moments, while sitting in a room full of laughter, or alone, scrolling through your thoughts. You pause, put your hand over your heart, and ask silently, "Why do I feel this?" The answer is more spiritual than logical. Chosen ones don't just feel, they absorb. Their heart centers are not closed-off muscle chambers, but open gates of spiritual perception. That pressure in your chest is your soul reacting to the energy in the room before your brain even catches up. Have you ever noticed how your chest tightens around certain people, even when they smile at you? Or how it loosens when you walk through nature, without a word spoken? This is not imagination. This is discernment in its purest physical form. When your soul has been marked by God for a greater path, your body becomes the first instrument of revelation. The chest, biblically associated with righteousness and faith, Ephesians 6:14. Stand firm then, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, is where truth and falsehood first collide. When someone nearby is harboring unspoken pain, jealousy, or spiritual unrest, your body senses the dissonance. You may feel like you're the one grieving, when in truth you're picking up what they can't admit even to themselves. But what if this sensation isn't coming from others? What if it's a mirror turned inward? Sometimes the pressure in your chest isn't about the external world at all. It's about your internal misalignment. Are you suppressing a truth that needs to be spoken? Are you avoiding a leap of faith that your soul has already decided on? The ache in your heart may not be fear, it may be conviction. Think of Harriet Tubman, who felt the stirrings of divine calling, not in times of peace, but in seasons of great internal tension. Her heart knew the road to liberation long before the path was visible. Or Oprah Winfrey, who once said that she always listened to the whispers before they became screams. That whisper? It's the pressure in your spirit before your mind has words for it. Even Jesus, the chosen one above all, felt deep emotional and spiritual tension in his chest before pivotal moments. In John 11:33, when he saw Mary weeping, he was deeply moved in spirit and troubled. That divine compression wasn't random, it was alignment with heaven's grief. And you too carry a similar sacred sensitivity when you walk with purpose. Even in the animal kingdom, signs are everywhere. A deer freezes not only when it hears a sound, but when it feels something shift in the atmosphere. Birds migrate not by maps, but by instinctual pressure in their chest, a biological compass set by the Creator himself. And you, chosen one, are no different. You too have a spiritual compass, except yours is awakening. And it doesn't whisper, it presses, and you don't have to be famous or powerful to feel it. Take Maria, a single mother working 2 jobs, who often feels a tightness in her chest as she gets closer to certain people at work, without knowing why. Later, those very people reveal their hidden intentions. Or Jamal, a quiet teenager who senses a buzzing under his ribs whenever he's about to enter a conversation that will change his path. He doesn't call it spiritual, he just knows. But it is spiritual. It always has been. Or May, a nurse in her 40s, who can walk into a patient's room and feel a heaviness before hearing a word. It's not from fatigue. It's from the unseen, the unspoken, the truth vibrating before it finds a voice. Even Lady Gaga, singer and songwriter of the song, has spoken about feeling the emotional weight of rooms and crowds long before she knew the language of spiritual sensitivity. Her body would tense even when smiling. She called it a form of empathy that sometimes overwhelmed her. What she didn't realize at first was that she was responding to invisible currents in the room, emotional, spiritual, energetic, and she is not alone. You may also notice these symptoms amplifying when you're about to make a pivotal decision. Why? Because the body of a chosen one doesn't let them make false moves without warning. That heaviness is not punishment, it's spiritual friction. It's the spirit trying to break through the noise. In John 16:13, Jesus says, "But when He, the Spirit of truth, comes, He will guide you into all the truth." And sometimes that guidance is physical, unmistakable, inescapable. The more sensitive you become, the more this language of the body speaks. It may even come with other symptoms: tingling in your palms, buzzing in your feet, a surge of warmth rising through your chest like fire that wants to burn, not destroy, but transform. You're not sick, you're shifting, you're not malfunctioning, you're being refined, you're not broken, you're being prepared. And this is where the world may not understand you. They'll call it anxiety, stress, or even hypochondria. But you'll know better. You'll remember those moments where nothing was wrong on the outside, but your soul trembled like a tree sensing an incoming storm. Like the redwood tree that grows for hundreds of years underground before it ever shoots skyward, your body is signaling a change that is spiritual before it's visible. So the next time you feel that pressure in your chest, or the ache in your shoulders, or the buzz under your scalp, pause. Don't rush to dismiss it. Ask yourself, what truth am I resisting? What boundary have I failed to set? What spiritual upgrade is trying to break through me right now? Your body is your prophet before your mind becomes your believer. And remember this, do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit, who is in you? 1 Corinthians 6:19. A temple will shake when heaven is near. Yours is no different. So don't ignore the signals. You're not just surviving life, you're embodying a higher purpose. And sometimes, the only way your soul can get your attention is to make your heart feel what your spirit already knows. It's not merely tiredness that clouds your eyes. This is something far deeper. There are moments when your gaze grows heavy, dry, even restless, and it doesn't stem from a lack of sleep or too much screen time. It's because of who's around you. Certain atmospheres leave your eyes strained, not just physically, but spiritually. Have you ever noticed how in specific settings, around particular people, your vision subtly blurs? The light seems harsher, your focus wavers. Even when you're determined to stay present, something inside you keeps pulling away. And it keeps happening. It's not random, that's not coincidence, it's discernment. It's the mark of energy sensitivity, rooted not in your mind, but in your spirit. Your eyes have become instruments, spiritual lenses that scan far beyond the surface. They don't just see light and form, they read presence, they detect vibrations. They know when something is not aligned. And this knowing, it's not something you learned. It was given to you. It was placed in you. But have you ever asked yourself, why do certain people seem to drain you by just being near? Why does your vision tighten around them even when nothing is being said? This is not a flaw, it's a gift, a burdened one. Because as one of God's chosen, you've been given a deeper perception, one that pierces through the veils others don't even notice. Like the prophet Elisha, who prayed that his servant's eyes be opened to see the angelic armies on the hills, 2 Kings 6:17. Your eyes are being trained to witness what is hidden from the natural world. Your spirit was born to see in dimensions others deny exist. This is why your eyes ache in crowded rooms. Not from light, but from weight. The weight of unsaid words, of masked intentions, of spiritual clutter that clings to walls and hearts. But here's the truth, one that few dare to name. What if your eyes aren't merely responding to what is visible, but instead to what is being deliberately hidden? What if their reaction isn't to light and shape, but to layers of spiritual residue that linger beneath the surface of rooms and people and conversations? Because not every place you enter is spiritually safe. Not every building, no matter how pristine or professionally lit, is clean in the realm of energy. Some rooms are soaked in the emotional echoes of arguments long past, filled with the weight of words that were never spoken but still scream in silence. There are spaces that carry the heaviness of ancestral grief, wounds handed down through bloodlines, never healed, only buried. Some environments pulse with unspoken rage, like a dormant volcano waiting for a crack to erupt. You don't always see it, but your spirit does. Your eyes do. They begin to cloud, not because they're tired, but because they are discerning. You may enter a room and feel a tension that makes your vision narrow, like your soul is squinting through a fog that no one else seems to notice. And perhaps you've blamed yourself for being too sensitive. But sensitivity in the divine realm is not a flaw, it's a faculty. It's discernment in action. Your eyes, as vessels of that discernment, are doing the work your conscious mind hasn't caught up to. They are scanning, sifting, absorbing. They're decoding hidden trauma, detecting spiritual static, reading energy fields the way satellites read signals from deep space. And this spiritual labor, it takes a toll. Have you ever wondered why you leave certain places with burning eyes, a sudden headache, or a strange fatigue that no amount of rest can shake? That's not your imagination. That's your body grieving what your soul just endured. Like a prophet walking through a battlefield after the fighting has stopped, you feel the echo of warfare in the air, even if the ground looks still. What you're feeling is spiritual residue, and your eyes are the first line of defense. Jesus himself understood this. In Mark 5, he entered the home of Jairus, where grief was thick in the air. People laughed at him when he said the girl was not dead but asleep. But he sent them all out. Why? Because even the presence of disbelief can cloud the room. He cleared the atmosphere before speaking resurrection. Your eyes work the same way. They know when something unseen is off. They know when the crowd must be cleared. And sometimes the people are the carriers. They smile and speak softly, but their spirit carries storms. They wear shame like perfume. Bitterness clings to their shoulders. And when they sit near you, your sight shifts. It's not judgment, it's revelation. Your gaze flickers because the vibration of their energy misaligns with the truth your soul knows. It's as if your spirit refuses to receive the false signal. Have you ever looked at someone and felt the sudden need to turn away, not out of fear, but from a holy recoil? That isn't coldness, it's clarity. I once heard a story of a woman named Alina, a hospice nurse in Brazil. She was known for her quiet, unwavering compassion. But there were times, rare and always unexpected, when she would enter a patient's room and immediately feel pressure in her head, like a spiritual weight had descended. Her vision would blur, her eyes would water, and she'd have to step outside. Eventually, she began to understand. Those were the rooms where the dying had been abandoned by their families, left in bitterness or regret. The sorrow lingered, clinging to the walls like invisible mold. Her eyes weren't failing. They were translating pain her heart hadn't yet interpreted. And what about you? Have you walked into a room and felt as though you stepped into water too deep for your chest? Have your eyes suddenly narrowed, blurred, or burned when someone entered your space? Have you ever found yourself blinking fast, trying to shake off something you couldn't name? It's not weakness, it's a holy reflex. Think of a hawk circling high above the trees. From great distances, it detects the subtlest flicker of movement, a mouse's shadow across dry grass. Or think of the way dolphins use echolocation to see through water, sensing density, shape, and intent without needing sight. Your eyes, charged by spirit, function the same way. They interpret atmospheres. They don't just look, they feel. They don't just receive, they respond. And response has a cost. You may be physically sitting still, smiling politely, nodding in conversation, but beneath the surface your inner vision is working overtime, measuring, filtering, protecting. That's why you leave some gatherings exhausted even though you said almost nothing. That's why you need more solitude than others seem to require. Because your eyes aren't just watching, they are battling, silently, constantly. And what if that fatigue isn't burnout from work or stress, but sacred exhaustion from spiritual warfare you never knew you were fighting? This is why it's vital to listen when your body asks to retreat. It's why Jesus went alone to the mountains to pray, because sight, real sight, must be restored in silence, in solitude, the kind of solitude where God gently wipes the lenses of your spirit clean and whispers, "Look again." So the next time your eyes sting without reason, the next time your gaze feels too heavy to hold, don't dismiss it. It may be the moment your vision stopped merely seeing and began discerning. And it's not just the rooms, it's the people. There are individuals who don't speak their pain, but wear it like perfume. People who say nothing out loud, but scream in the spirit. When you sit with them, your eyes blur, not out of disinterest, but because they're scanning for truth, while the mouth speaks false peace. Can you still trust what you hear when your vision disagrees with their words? Jesus himself walked into the synagogue and saw a man with a shriveled hand, not physically threatening, but spiritually significant, and called him forward. Mark 3:1-5. He saw the need beneath the silence. That same vision is awakening in you. It's why you can no longer unsee what you've seen, why pretending ignorance burns your spirit, why your eyes ache after you've betrayed your discernment by staying in places God already called you out of. I once knew a woman named Isabel who worked in corporate law, sharp, intuitive, unshakably composed, yet she confessed to me that after every team meeting, her eyes would ache, sometimes blur, and she'd feel like she'd been staring into floodlights for hours. Doctors found nothing wrong. What was happening wasn't medical. It was spiritual. Her gift of discernment had been awakened, and her eyes became the first line of awareness. She saw behind masks, felt unspoken betrayal, and sensed looming decisions before they were voiced. Her eyes weren't just looking, they were discerning. And the more she denied it, the worse the fatigue became, until she stopped asking for the meetings to get easier and started asking for the strength to carry what she saw. So the real question becomes, what is your vision picking up that others don't even know is there? Think of the owl silent in the night, seeing what others miss, or the butterfly, delicate yet alert, whose compound eyes read the world through light, color, and movement. Like them, your spiritual sight is attuned to layers of existence most don't perceive. But unlike them, you carry memory, you carry soul, you carry spiritual intelligence coded in divine DNA, and that makes what you see feel heavier. It's no wonder you prefer dim light, quiet corners, or the embrace of nature. Trees don't lie, rivers don't pretend, and the breeze never manipulates. In artificial rooms filled with pretense, your spirit can barely breathe. Your inner vision becomes overstimulated. Your nervous system flares not because you're weak, but because your channel is wide open. Pope John Paul II once said, "The eyes are the mirror of the soul and reflect everything that seems to be hidden. But what happens when the mirror begins to crack under the weight of what it sees? What happens when the soul starts rejecting falsehoods that used to comfort it? Your eyes grow weary, not out of fragility, but because they are guardians of truth. They are processing data your mind hasn't yet caught up to. They are protecting you by detecting spiritual danger in the most subtle forms. And just like a compass pulled off course by a magnetic field, your vision begins to blur in places where the truth is buried. That's not malfunction, it's warning. Let me tell you about Elias, a quiet violinist in Berlin who began losing his vision only temporarily when performing in certain concert halls. Doctors found no cause, but during prayer he realized the venues were energetically charged with despair, sites of past grief, war, and trauma. His soul was rejecting the echo, and when he played in cathedrals or by rivers, his vision cleared. It wasn't physical healing, it was spiritual alignment. What he saw was not just the audience, it was the residue in the room, and his spirit said no. And what is your spirit saying no to, even when your mouth keeps saying yes? You are not fragile, you are attuned. What you're feeling is not burnout in the typical sense, it's energetic exhaustion. Your vision is active across dimensions. Your perception is gathering truth in frequencies. And when your body aches to withdraw, it's not laziness, it's protection. Your soul is asking you to rest that sacred channel before it fractures. Even Jesus, after healing the masses and reading the hearts of the Pharisees, withdrew to quiet places to pray. Luke 5:16. His vision was sacred, so is yours. And if your eyes grow dim in the presence of falsehood, know this: you were never meant to tolerate lies dressed in smiles. You were born to see the unseen, called to discern what others overlook, chosen not only to witness, but to reveal. And when your eyes blur, it's not the end. It's the holy beginning of your realignment, a signal that you're stepping into the final stage of your awakening, where not even your senses are your own, but have been claimed for divine assignment. You're just sitting there, still, calm, grounded in the moment. The world around you feels quiet, maybe even still, as if time paused for a second. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, a jolt, sharp and fast, shoots through your shoulder, or a strange shiver runs down your spine like a silent warning. Your leg might twitch as if it caught a message your mind hasn't read yet. This isn't fear. It's not restlessness. It's not the echo of anxiety. It's deeper, quicker, invisible. It's your body reacting not to what's visible, but to what's coming. What if what you're feeling is the arrival of something divine? These moments, these glitches, are not accidents. They are energy recalibrations, adjustments made by your system as it prepares for a shift in spiritual frequency. When you are chosen, you are tuned into realms others cannot hear. You don't just think, you receive. And before the mind can translate, the body prepares. Isn't it strange how often the body knows before the mind understands? Remember the story of Daniel. When the angel appeared, Daniel said, "I had no strength left. My face turned deathly pale, and I was helpless." Daniel 10:8. His body reacted before the message was delivered. His spirit knew before his logic could process. That's how it works for you too. The twitches, the jolts, the breathless moments, they're not nerves. They're heaven's touch points on your flesh. And this isn't just ancient history. Consider Eckhart Tolle, a spiritual teacher whose global teachings have touched millions. He described a moment before his awakening where he felt a deep inner pull, like his body and soul were being split apart. Hours later, his consciousness forever changed. He didn't understand it then, but now, looking back, it was the body's way of receiving divine input before his mind could catch up. I'll tell you about Marie, a woman who once lived in silence, carrying the trauma of abandonment. One evening, sitting at the edge of her bed, she felt a sharp jolt in her chest. No reason, no trigger, just a sudden surge. A week later, she was moved to leave a toxic relationship, enroll in a spiritual healing retreat, and write letters of forgiveness to her estranged father. That jolt, it wasn't random. It was her spirit calling her forward. Can you remember a moment when something like that happened to you, your body sending a message so loud it startled you? Have you been brushing it off, or have you started to listen? Your nervous system is not just flesh and electricity. It is a spiritual antenna tuned to frequencies from heaven. Every shake, every goosebump, every breath you suddenly have to catch, they're all signs, like tuning forks vibrating with a frequency the world doesn't hear. The deeper question is, are you paying attention, or are you silencing what only the chosen ones are meant to hear? Look to the natural world, the way a flock of birds changes direction mid-flight, not because they see the wind, but because they feel it. You are that bird. You sense the invisible current. And these reactions? They're your wings adjusting mid-air before the storm ever arrives. These aren't malfunctions. They're spiritual symptoms of acceleration, a sign that your soul is stretching into its next level, detaching from what no longer serves, aligning with a truth that hasn't yet fully surfaced. Many of the most life-defining awakenings are preceded by what seems like nothing, a twitch, a breath, a chill. And later, when the pieces fall into place, you'll remember that moment. You'll say, "It began there." You are not fragile. You are not broken. You are not too much. You are simply tuned. This path isn't meant for everyone. Most people won't understand because they were never meant to walk in this spiritual intensity. But you were never meant to live a normal life. Think of Elijah, who fled into the wilderness feeling exhausted, desperate. but it was there, in stillness in the cave, that the whisper of God passed by. Not in the fire, not in the earthquake, but in the gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-12. And like Elijah, you are not alone in your trembling. Sometimes the shake comes before the voice, and when you begin to listen, when you stop ignoring the language of your own bones, everything shifts. People you've needed show up without asking. Truths you've been missing rise to the surface. Heavy energies begin to dissolve. Alignment replaces confusion. So what is your body trying to tell you right now? Has it been aching where you once felt calm? Are your nights interrupted by unexplained spasms or moments of still terror? If even a part of this feels familiar, you're not just on a spiritual journey. You're in a divine activation, one meant only for the chosen, one meant for you. The body is never wrong. It speaks when the soul cannot. And it answers the call of God even before the conscious mind recognizes the voice. You are being prepared for something greater than your past. You are awakening, not breaking, and every signal is a confirmation. You were chosen to feel, to carry, and to see in ways others never will. You're just sitting there, still, calm, grounded in the moment. The world around you feels quiet, maybe even still, as if time paused for a second. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, a jolt, sharp and fast, shoots through your shoulder, or a strange shiver runs down your spine like a silent warning. Your leg might twitch as if it caught a message your mind hasn't read yet. This isn't fear. It's not restlessness. It's not the echo of anxiety. It's deeper, quicker, invisible. It's your body reacting not to what's visible, but to what's coming. What if what you're feeling is the arrival of something divine? These moments, these glitches, are not accidents. They are energy recalibrations, adjustments made by your system as it prepares for a shift in spiritual frequency. When you are chosen, you are tuned into realms others cannot hear. You don't just think, you receive. And before the mind can translate, the body prepares. Isn't it strange how often the body knows before the mind understands? Remember the story of Daniel. When the angel appeared, Daniel said, "I had no strength left. My face turned deathly pale, and I was helpless." Daniel 10:8. His body reacted before the message was delivered. His spirit knew before his logic could process. That's how it works for you too. The twitches, the jolts, the breathless moments, they're not nerves. They're heaven's touch points on your flesh. And this isn't just ancient history. Consider Eckhart Tolle, a spiritual teacher whose global teachings have touched millions. He described a moment before his awakening where he felt a deep inner pull, like his body and soul were being split apart. Hours later, his consciousness forever changed. He didn't understand it then, but now, looking back, it was the body's way of receiving divine input before his mind could catch up. I'll tell you about Marie, a woman who once lived in silence, carrying the trauma of abandonment. One evening, sitting at the edge of her bed, she felt a sharp jolt in her chest. No reason, no trigger, just a sudden surge. A week later, she was moved to leave a toxic relationship, enroll in a spiritual healing retreat, and write letters of forgiveness to her estranged father. That jolt, it wasn't random. It was her spirit calling her forward. Can you remember a moment when something like that happened to you? Your body sending a message so loud it startled you. Have you been brushing it off, or have you started to listen? Your nervous system is not just flesh and electricity. It is a spiritual antenna tuned to frequencies from heaven. Every shake, every goosebump, every breath you suddenly have to catch, they're all signs, like tuning forks vibrating with a frequency the world doesn't hear. The deeper question is, are you paying attention, or are you silencing what only the chosen ones are meant to hear? Look to the natural world. The way a flock of birds changes direction mid-flight. not because they see the wind, but because they feel it. You are that bird. You sense the invisible current. And these reactions, they're your wings adjusting midair before the storm ever arrives. These aren't malfunctions. They're spiritual symptoms of acceleration, a sign that your soul is stretching into its next level, detaching from what no longer serves, aligning with a truth that hasn't yet fully surfaced. Many of the most life-defining awakenings are preceded by what seems like nothing, a twitch, a breath, a chill, and later, when the pieces fall into place, you'll remember that moment. You'll say, "It began there." You are not fragile. You are not broken. You are not too much. You are simply tuned. This path isn't meant for everyone. Most people won't understand because they were never meant to walk in this spiritual intensity. But you were never meant to live a normal life. Think of Elijah, who fled into the wilderness feeling exhausted, desperate. But it was there, in stillness in the cave, that the whisper of God passed by. Not in the fire, not in the earthquake, but in the gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-12. And like Elijah, you are not alone in your trembling. Sometimes the shake comes before the voice. And when you begin to listen, when you stop ignoring the language of your own bones, everything shifts. People you've needed show up without asking. Truths you've been missing rise to the surface. Heavy energies begin to dissolve. Alignment replaces confusion. So what is your body trying to tell you right now? Has it been aching where you once felt calm? Are your nights interrupted by unexplained spasms or moments of still terror? If even a part of this feels familiar, you're not just on a spiritual journey. You're in a divine activation, one meant only for the chosen, one meant for you. The body is never wrong. It speaks when the soul cannot, and it answers the call of God even before the conscious mind recognizes the voice. You are being prepared for something greater than your past. You are awakening, not breaking, and every signal is a confirmation. You were chosen to feel, to carry, and to see in ways others never will. And now, if your body has been whispering what words could never fully say, if the tremors, the jolts, the aches, the stillness have all spoken a language only your spirit understands, then know this. You are not losing your mind. You are finding your calling. These strange signs aren't the end. They are the edge of a new beginning. The veil is thinning. Heaven is closer. Your soul is catching up to what heaven already knows. You are almost there. This is the final stage of your awakening. A sacred shedding, a divine disconnection from everything false, loud, heavy, and a reconnection to who you really are. Chosen, refined, marked. So hold steady. Keep listening. The shaking isn't punishment, it's preparation. The discomfort isn't a curse, it's a clearing. And what's waiting on the other side is clarity, peace, and purpose that this world could never manufacture. And now, if this message resonated deep in your bones, if you felt seen, known, and understood, then I invite you to be part of this sacred space. Like this video, share it with someone who's been feeling those signs, and comment below with what part stirred your spirit most. Your voice might just be the confirmation someone else is praying for. And if you've supported this channel in any way, even through a silent prayer, a kind comment, or a super thanks, please know I see you, I honor you, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful. You are not just a viewer here. You are part of a rising remnant, a generation waking up for such a time as this. May the peace that surpasses all understanding guard your heart. May angels encamp around your home. And may the signs you've been feeling lead you straight into your next divine encounter. Stay awakened, stay anointed, stay chosen. I bless you with light, with truth, with courage, and with love that only heaven can author. Until next time, grace and peace be with you always. Hello, beautiful soul. You didn't find this message by coincidence. No, something led you here. A tug in your spirit. A subtle knowing. Maybe you've been feeling things in your body that no doctor can explain. Flickers of heat under your skin. A heaviness in your chest that has nothing to do with emotion. A buzzing behind your eyes just before you fall asleep. And through it all, a quiet but unshakable feeling that you're changing, but not in a way that's visible to the world. Could it be that what you're experiencing isn't random at all, but a sacred signpost? That the strange, unexplainable shifts in your body aren't symptoms of stress or fatigue, but signals that your spirit is preparing for something greater, something most people will never understand because they've stopped at the first layer of awakening, believing that was the end. But you, chosen one, you've gone further, deeper. And now you're approaching the third and most powerful spiritual awakening of your life. Before we unfold this revelation, I just want to say thank you from the deepest part of my heart to everyone who has supported this mission through Super Thanks. Your kindness doesn't just sustain this channel. It helps ignite awakenings all over the world. If you've ever sent light in any form, donation, encouragement, or simply silent presence, know that it is seen, honored, and deeply appreciated. Now, here's what most won't tell you. Spiritual awakenings don't happen once. They come in stages, like waves sculpting stone. The first one opens your eyes. The second strips your identity. But the third moves through your body, not as a storm, but as a quiet recalibration. A divine refinement. And that's where you are right now. Have you noticed subtle physical signs that no one talks about? Sudden food intolerances, skin sensitivity, or an odd pressure in the back of your head during moments of stillness? Have you found yourself feeling overwhelmed in crowds even when nothing is wrong? Or needing more solitude even when you're surrounded by love? Comment 777 if this resonates. Because you're not just awakening, you're being recoded. Spiritually, energetically, biologically. This next chapter isn't about more knowledge, it's about embodiment. And the signs of this transition are hidden in the body, waiting to be decoded. The world will call it coincidence, but you, chosen one, will feel it as truth. Stay with me, because what we're about to explore will not only validate your experience, it will open a doorway to the mystery you've been sensing all along. Now, let's begin. God's chosen ones, see these strange signs before your third awakening. Strong spiritual clues. You've likely begun to notice it, not just once or twice, but again and again, in strange and curious ways. As one of God's chosen ones standing on the threshold of your third and most powerful spiritual awakening, you may feel like something is subtly, but undeniably changing in how the world responds to you. It's no longer just you observing your environment. Now the environment seems to be reacting to you. You reach for your phone, and the screen freezes before your thumb touches it. You open your laptop and it refuses to connect to Wi-Fi, though it worked perfectly moments ago. There's a flicker when you plug in a charger, too small to cause alarm, but too timely to be a coincidence. What if these moments are not technical errors? What if they are spiritual reflections, whispers from the invisible realm revealing that your presence is disrupting the frequency of what was never designed to contain the divine? This isn't superstition, it's the reality of energetic overflow. As your spirit elevates your physical and energetic fields, the electromagnetic signature of your soul begin to pulse at a higher frequency. Your aura, your biofield, becomes like a live wire of light. Electronics that once functioned flawlessly may begin to stutter, stammer, or even shut down in your presence. Not because something is wrong with you, but because something is awakening within you that they cannot yet comprehend. Ask yourself, why do these technological disruptions happen so consistently, so uncannily, right when you are emotionally charged, spiritually stirred, or coming out of deep prayer or contemplation? This is not randomness. This is resonance. It is the vibration of heaven beginning to manifest in the very space around you. You are not breaking things. You are breaking through. Remember the story of Samson. The scripture tells us, the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully upon him so that he tore the lion apart with his bare hands. Judges 14:6. That was not simply raw strength. It was supernatural voltage flowing through a chosen vessel. Like Samson, your spiritual charge can intensify beyond the threshold of your own awareness, pulsing out in waves that the physical realm cannot yet interpret without interruption. And still, the question lingers. Could this be imagined? Could it be something medical? Yet the Apostle Paul offers a gentle confirmation. Do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you? 1 Corinthians 6:19. The temple of the Holy Spirit is not only holy, it is radiant. And when the light within you begins to expand, don't be surprised when things not aligned with that frequency begin to short-circuit in your path. Tony Robbins, the globally renowned life strategist and motivational speaker, once described how, during one of his high-energy seminars, lights dimmed and microphones began to crackle and fail, not because of poor equipment, but because of the intensity of the human spirit collectively rising in one room. It felt as though the collective energy of the audience was rewriting the rules of the auditorium, he recounted. If the corporate frequency of human transformation can alter sound and light, how much more might your personal awakening begin to ripple into your own environment? And this isn't just for public stages or massive crowds. Consider Lydia, a woman from Chicago, who only 6 months ago lived a life of quiet routine. But when her spiritual hunger deepened, her morning prayers extended into hours. She began sensing static on her palms, lights flickering whenever she entered a room. Her smartwatch repeatedly vibrated with no notifications. Her therapist called it stress. Her doctor found no issues. But deep within she knew something sacred was stirring. She wasn't glitching, she was being fine-tuned. Or think of this. In nature, a caterpillar enters the chrysalis not to rest, but to be undone. Its body literally dissolves into cellular soup before reforming as a butterfly. That's transformation at the molecular level. And when the butterfly emerges, the world it once crawled upon now feels like air beneath its wings. Could your strange electronic interferences be the sparks from your chrysalis cracking open? Could you be sensing the first tremors of wings not yet visible? But the signs are not always grand. They come in gentle hums, whispers that hum in your fingertips as you brush against a doorknob and feel a zap. The world tells you it's just static. But what if that static is your soul's electricity realigning the ordinary into the sacred? Elijah, in his despair, waited for God to reveal himself in the mighty wind, the earthquake and the fire. Yet God was not in them. He came in a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-12. This too is how your awakening emerges. Not with dramatic thunder, but with tiny pulses, subtle distortions, almost imperceptible flickers. What others call malfunction, you now recognize as divine alignment. You are becoming a vessel of light, not just in spirit, but in frequency. And as you shift, so too must the world around you. Every buzz, every flicker, every strange interference, they're not warnings of breakdown, but hints of breakthrough. What if heaven is not only above, but vibrating through your very fingertips? It may seem at first like a stray shiver beneath your skin, or a flicker of static skipping across your fingertips. But these are not random. They are not symptoms of malfunction. These electric whispers are signatures of your soul evolving, recalibrating its resonance to match a divine and unseen frequency. You are not breaking down, you are tuning in. Let me tell you about Elena Martinez, a young visual artist whose life took an astonishing turn just a few months ago. When her digital pen began to stutter across the screen, she thought it was just faulty hardware. But then her traditional tools rebelled. Her brushes flicked unpredictably, her inks dried before touching canvas. And yet, as the days passed, she noticed something else. A vibration humming beneath her skin every time she reached for a medium. Instead of resisting, she let go of control. She began painting not with precision, but with instinct, letting her body ride the pulses. The result? An exhibition that sold out within hours, where her portrait shimmered with a light viewers swore they could feel. One visitor said the canvases throbbed like heartbeat memories. What if your discomfort today is the birth cry of a new ability yearning to be expressed? The Apostle Paul once declared, "For we walk by faith, not by sight," 2 Corinthians 5:7. And truly, what is faith if not the courage to trust what cannot yet be explained? Could it be that what you now perceive as instability is, in fact, a divine rewiring? Imagine this: the very first stir of dawn, wind threading its way through a sleeping forest, the kind of silence so complete that even the smallest breeze becomes a revelation. One branch sways, then another. The whole canopy begins to whisper. No one sees the wind, yet the trees respond in unison. Just like that breath of air, your awakening begins subtly, invisibly, yet it stirs realms around you that have long lain dormant. Could it be that what you perceive as inner tremors are actually the forest of your being coming alive? And you're not alone in this. Nikola Tesla, a pioneering inventor often called the poet of electricity, spoke of visions so vivid that nearby devices would flicker or overload. He once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Laughed off by some, Tesla wasn't imagining fantasy. He was describing a deeper truth, that we are all transmitters and receivers. That includes you. You're starting to emit frequencies your old world can't decode. You are God's chosen ones, and what you feel now isn't madness, it's momentum. And what if, instead of fearing the flicker, you honored it? Take the story of Rami, a retired Navy sonar operator. After decades of listening to sound waves beneath the sea, he began hearing tones in silence after retirement, subtle, dissonant, like a cosmic Morse code. He thought he was losing his mind, but during prayer one night, he suddenly felt the tones settle into harmony. Since then, he's composed 3 sacred music pieces he swears were dictated by something far beyond him. His local pastor now uses them in healing services. Could your glitches be a sacred symphony awaiting translation? This spiritual recalibration is not a flaw, it's a feature of your elevation. John 4:24 reminds you, God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship in spirit and truth. Spirit, not flesh alone. And truth? It often arrives as disruption before it feels like peace. Stillness becomes your sanctuary. In the words of Psalm 46:10, "Be still and know that I am God." In the stillness under a towering cedar or beside a slow-moving stream, you may feel the electricity slow and settle, like static diffusing into clarity. Picture your nervous system as a riverbed, now shaping itself to allow divine water to flow freely. Isn't this what grounding truly means? Not retreat, but refinement. Even contemporary spiritual voices echo this. Brené Brown, renowned researcher and storyteller, once said, "Vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, and change." And what is vulnerability, if not what you feel in these moments of energetic transformation? Naked before the divine current, unsure but alive. You might not recognize it yet, but you are becoming visible in dimensions few dare to believe exist. A woman named Noor, an ER nurse in Morocco, began having brief episodes where lights flickered when she entered a room, especially during moments of deep compassion. She kept it secret until her patients began telling her, "I felt lighter when you touched me." She later discovered a lineage of energy healers in her family, none of whom she ever met. Do you see how the signs come before the understanding? As this third and deepest awakening unfolds, your spirit hums like a violin string struck by divine hand. Every tremor, every small shock, every device that shorts when you're near, it is not random. It is the Spirit moving through you, electric and holy. You are not malfunctioning. You are awakening to your nature as both transmitter and flame. What once frightened you now becomes your light source. Let the world flicker. Let your body pulse. You are not fading. You are radiating. And just as you begin to grow accustomed to the flickers, the whispers, the pulses of frequency threading through your skin, something else begins. A shift so unmistakable, so intimate, it overrides every other signal. It's no longer a question of subtle vibrations. Now there is heat, but not the kind explained by thermometers or soothed by cold towels. There's a fire blooming within you that answers to no known law of biology or weather. It's not fever, it's not stress. You can lie in stillness, under a fan or even in a chilled room, and suddenly your chest flares with internal warmth, as though a sun has risen beneath your sternum. Or maybe your upper back flushes, as if two unseen hands are pressing warm palms between your shoulder blades. For some, it starts at the soles, like walking barefoot across sacred coals. For others, it radiates from the crown of the head, a glow that feels almost like it's pushing upward, through the scalp, toward heaven. What is this strange fire that seems to know exactly where to land? Why now, just as you were starting to find your balance in this higher frequency? This is not illness. It's not anxiety. It's the unmistakable sign of a body caught in spiritual combustion. As one of God's chosen ones, you are not merely sensing awakening anymore. You are becoming it. The energy that once hovered in the realm of prayer, contemplation, and sacred vision has decided to descend. And it is choosing your body, your skin, your nerves, your bones, as the conduit. Let me tell you about Kofi Adewale, a Ghanaian spiritual counselor and former civil engineer. For years he taught meditation as an intellectual practice, calm the mind, regulate the breath. But 2 years ago, while leading a silent retreat in the Ashanti forests, he awoke at dawn with his feet on fire. No redness, no burns, but a roaring heat he could neither stop nor escape. That was the beginning. Over the next 6 months, the fire moved to his chest, then his spine, always precise, always without cause. He now teaches holy embodiment in his village, and his students say they feel their grief rise and leave the body during his sessions. What once frightened him now sanctifies every step he takes. Can you feel that happening in you too? That your body has become a furnace not of destruction, but of purification. Hebrews 12:29 says clearly, "Our God is a consuming fire." And fire does not come to passively observe. It comes to refine, to strip, to transform. The God moving through you now is not here just to soothe, but to sanctify. His presence burns away generational sorrow, unspoken guilt, memories stored in joints, wounds buried in organs. This fire doesn't rage randomly. It moves with divine precision, illuminating every place that was once locked in darkness. And what if I told you that this is how legacy is rewritten? Think of the magma beneath the crust of the earth, silent, invisible, until one day it rises, not in destruction, but in the formation of new land. Volcanoes, once feared, are also the birthplaces of rich soil. Likewise, your heat is not here to incinerate. it's here to rebuild. The old terrain of your soul has cracked. Now the sacred landscape is being reshaped beneath your skin. You may have once interpreted your fatigue as burnout, your discomfort as overstimulation. But look again, that heat in your chest, it is grief loosening its roots. That heat at your crown, it is control melting away. That fire in your feet, it is your true self anchoring into ground you were always meant to walk. Even modern mystics have spoken of this. The artist Hilma af Klint, now widely acknowledged as one of the first abstract painters, once wrote that during her creative trances, she felt her back glow with divine instruction. Though dismissed in her time, her paintings now hang in the Guggenheim as spiritual blueprints generations ahead of their time. She too felt the burn, and she let it lead her. Have you noticed it's not everywhere? It's always specific. This isn't chaos. This is holy surgery. Divine energy seeks nothing random, only what must be transfigured. And so the fire visits you for moments at a time. Like a messenger, it arrives without warning, but never without purpose. It lingers just long enough to make you still, to make you pay attention. And then it passes, leaving behind space. Sometimes empty, sometimes aching, but always more open than before. You are no longer just awakening, you are embodying, and embodiment, unlike insight, is not polite. It sweats, it shakes, it burns. But isn't that how gold is refined? Through fire, not fear. So when the next wave of heat arrives, don't retreat. Sit still. Let it pass through. Let it speak. Let it sear what no longer serves, because this is the divine frequency, not only touching you, but finally choosing to live through you. And just when you thought the fire might be too much, too strange, too specific, too unexplainable, it begins to whisper something deeper. It no longer only burns to cleanse. It now speaks. And if you listen closely, you'll realize the flame that stirs within you is not here to destroy, but to restore. Consider King David, a man chosen, a man broken, a man who knew both anointing and agony. In Psalm 39 verse 3, he confessed, "My heart grew hot within me. While I meditated, the fire burned. Then I spoke with my tongue." David wasn't ill. He wasn't feverish. He was inflamed by divine presence. Alone in meditation, the heat came, and instead of resisting it, he allowed it to guide him toward truth, confession, and surrender. That same invitation is now laid before you, not to silence the fire, but to let it teach you what cannot be learned in the absence of heat. Let me tell you about Luca, a quiet stonemason from southern Italy. For most of his life he labored in silence, his hands shaping stone, his heart shaped by a father who never spoke love, and a church that answered mystery with fear. Then, one morning, as he ran his fingers along the smooth edge of a granite slab, a fire surged through his hands. Sudden, clean, undeniable. He dropped his tools, breathless. It happened again the next day, and again the next week. The doctors shrugged, but when he finally told an aging priest, the man said gently, "God is giving you back your voice through your hands." Luca wept, and he weeps still, but now in front of sculptures that speak the words he never could. Stories of mercy, of healing, of grace. His hands still burn, but not with pain, with purpose. Can you see it now? The fire doesn't come to punish. It comes to awaken the very parts of you you thought were forever locked away. Even nature understands this sacred rhythm. After a forest fire, when all seems lost, the ash hides life's quiet miracle. Some seeds, like the eucalyptus, will not open unless kissed by flame. Without heat, they remain closed, holding their potential tightly like a secret. But with fire, they bloom. Their entire design depends on purification. You are like that, not ruined, not abandoned, only waiting for the heat to crack open the shell of who you were told to be. So who you truly are can rise. And this process isn't reserved for saints or sages. It moves through those we least expect. Lady Gaga, yes, the global pop icon known for glitter, gowns and grand stages, once said in an interview, "Your body knows before your mind does. Pain is the signal. It's asking you to listen." And she did. Behind the fame was a woman unraveling from trauma, illness, spiritual exhaustion. But she listened. She let the pain speak. She turned it into song, into advocacy, into communion with those who believed they were too broken to be heard. The fire showed her the way back, not to fame, but to selfhood. Isn't that what the fire is asking from you? Could it be that your body is not betraying you, but beckoning you? Let it speak. Let it warm what's gone cold inside you. Let it melt the hard edges of protection you've built around old wounds. Don't silence it with medications that numb what must be felt. Don't distract from it with endless scrolling, busyness, or shame. Sit in the fire, not because it's easy, but because it's sacred, because the chosen are not those who avoid heat. They are those who let it pass through them and purify everything it touches. Isaiah 48:10 tells you exactly what's happening, though it might not look holy in the moment. "Behold, I have refined you, but not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." The furnace is not your downfall. It is your delivery room. It is where your false self dies, and your true name is forged in the tongue of flame. And so, when the fire rises again, whether in your chest, your throat, your spine, or your feet, don't fear the burn. Recognize it. Welcome it. Pause and receive its message. You are not malfunctioning. You are being recalibrated with holiness. You are not overheating. You are becoming luminous. You are not burning out. You are burning through. You may think it's just another restless night, another battle with insomnia that you can chalk up to stress, caffeine, or too much screen time. But this is different. This isn't the usual tossing and turning that comes from an overactive mind. This isn't anxiety-induced wakefulness or the product of late-night worries. No, what you're experiencing is far stranger and far more sacred. It's not that you can't fall asleep because your mind is racing. It's that your soul is no longer willing to sleep in the way it once did. You collapse into bed, your body aching for rest, but instead of sinking into deep unconsciousness, you find yourself hovering on the edge, half here, half elsewhere. Your sleep becomes light, fragmented. You wake up suddenly in the middle of the night, often at the same odd times. 2:33 a.m., 3:27 a.m., 4:11 a.m. And when you rise, it's not with confusion, but with clarity. Answers arrive uninvited. Long-forgotten memories surface. Something inside you has shifted, rearranged itself quietly in the dark, while your body lays still. You are not simply losing sleep, you are being restructured. This is the hidden work of your third awakening, the most transformative of all the spiritual thresholds, unlike the first, which opened your eyes, or the second, which healed your heart. This one rewires your entire inner system. You are no longer purging what doesn't serve you. You're being reprogrammed into someone who can embody the divine more fully, more consciously. And it's happening while the world sleeps. Have you ever wondered why the stillness of the night feels so sacred, so electric? Why is it that those hours when the world is dark and silent often become the moment when heaven whispers the loudest? Scripture tells us in Job 33:15 through 16, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people, as they slumber in their beds, he may speak in their ears and terrify them with warnings." God has always moved in the hours others dismiss. In your third awakening, you're beginning to learn this firsthand. This isn't symbolic dreaming. This isn't the subconscious throwing fragmented stories into your mind like a surreal movie. This is data transfer, deep soul-level processing of timelines, old emotional wounds, ancestral imprints, and spiritual blueprints. That's why you may suddenly wake and remember something vivid from your childhood, an incident you hadn't thought of in years, now dripping with new meaning. You might find yourself weeping quietly, not from pain, but from relief, because suddenly, without effort, you understand why that person hurt you. Or you wake up realizing that what you used to crave, an unhealthy relationship, a toxic pattern, a desperate need for approval, is just gone. No struggle, no overthinking, just clarity. What's happening here is beyond your logical mind, and yet, paradoxically, it feels more real than anything logic has ever given you. Your spirit is running ahead, processing faster than your body can keep up. You wake up feeling lighter, not heavier. Yes, your sleep may be broken, but your soul is unbreaking from everything that was ever bent inside you. Let me tell you about Yolande, a quiet art teacher from a small town in southern France. She never called herself spiritual, never read a single metaphysical book. But around her 52nd birthday, she began waking at 3:13 a.m. every night. At first, she was irritated, exhausted. She tried sleep aids, meditation, even turning off all electronics by 6 p.m. Still, the wake-ups continued. But something else began too. She started painting again. Not soft landscapes like before, but sacred geometry, angels, fire, stars, symbols she couldn't name but felt compelled to birth onto canvas. Her friends thought she had gone eccentric, but she had never been more peaceful. She told one of them, "I think God's been visiting me at night, not with words, with visions, and when I wake, I just paint." Today, Yolande's art hangs in sacred spaces across Europe. She never trained in the style. It came from her sleep, or rather, from what God did inside her while her body slept. Even great figures in history have spoken of this midnight mystery. Carl Jung, the pioneering Swiss psychiatrist, once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Jung often described waking in the early hours with fresh insight, as though something had moved within him beyond the grasp of his waking mind. You, God's chosen one, are walking that same sacred path. But your awakening is not a theory, it's a transfiguration in real time. There is wisdom to these nighttime interruptions. You are not being punished. You are not malfunctioning. You are not failing your body. In fact, you're beginning to transcend its limitations. Even nature shows us how this happens. Think of the butterfly still in the chrysalis. From the outside, it looks dormant, still. But within, something profound is occurring. Cells are dying, rearranging, reforming. In the silence, a new creature is forming, one that will soon take flight. The chrysalis must remain undisturbed, even if it seems like nothing is happening. This is your night season. You are still in the eyes of the world, but inside, the divine is reshaping you. You might find that, even though your sleep is broken, you no longer suffer from that same mental fog the next day. Your emotions are clearer. You don't overanalyze every interaction. You don't loop thoughts in your mind until they choke the life out of you. Instead, there's a quiet knowing, a stillness, and that knowing doesn't come from thinking. It comes from higher states of consciousness reached while your physical body rested. It's divine wisdom downloaded during your spiritual REM. In 1 Kings 3:5, Scripture recounts that God appeared to Solomon in a dream and offered him anything he desired. Solomon didn't ask for riches or fame. He asked for wisdom. "Give your servant a discerning heart." And God was pleased. He delivered that wisdom, not in the light of day, but in the quiet of sleep. Do you see? God often moves when the mind is turned off and the spirit is open. What you're experiencing now is a sacred invitation. Stop resisting the night. It is not your enemy, it is your initiation. You are being entrusted with new programming. Patterns are being rewritten. Your nervous system is being recalibrated. Emotional baggage is being extracted while you rest. No therapist, no book, no conversation could do what your soul is doing with the Creator in the realm beyond language. If only you could see the machinery of heaven working through you in the silence of the night. Your thoughts may scream for normalcy. I just want a full night's sleep. But your spirit is rejoicing, because deep within it knows this is what it prayed for. You asked to be awakened. You asked to be aligned. You asked to be used for something bigger than yourself. This is what it costs. There's a verse in Psalms that quietly reveals the truth of this season. He gives to his beloved even in their sleep. Psalm 127:2. Even when you don't feel rested, you're receiving. Even when you don't dream, you're downloading. Even when you wake up sweating, tearful, or shaken, you're stepping closer to your divine code. You're not being interrupted. You're being reprogrammed. So the next time you find yourself awake in the hollow hours of the night, don't curse the moment. Sit in it. Breathe through it. Listen without fear. It's not the darkness trying to disturb you. It's the light, realigning every piece of who you are so that when the dawn comes, you don't just rise, you emerge. You may not call it pain. It's not sharp or debilitating. It doesn't scream, it whispers. And yet, it's undeniably real. A sudden tightness across your scalp, like an unseen hand gently pressing down, not to hurt, but to awaken. A subtle tugging at the base of your neck, almost like someone is threading invisible strings through your spine and giving them the slightest pull. It's not the usual muscular strain you might experience after a bad posture day or restless sleep. You try to describe it, but no doctor finds anything wrong. Blood pressure's fine, your spine alignment checks out, no inflammation, no physical cause, and yet there it is again. That strange ripple along your back, that inner pull. You're not imagining it. You're not broken. You're being rewired. By the time you, God's chosen one, enter your third spiritual awakening, this type of experience becomes more common, more pronounced, and more essential. What's happening is far beyond physical. It's energetic, even celestial. Your nervous system, that sacred conduit between spirit and flesh, is undergoing a divine upgrade. You are not malfunctioning, you are ascending. And ascension doesn't always feel like bliss. Sometimes it feels like discomfort you can't explain, and sensations you can't categorize. But make no mistake, your body knows what it's doing. It's trying to catch up with what your soul has already seen. Why now? Why this stage? Because in the first two awakenings, much of the transformation occurred emotionally. You cried without knowing why. You faced old wounds, childhood pain, unresolved grief. You purged traumas that once defined you. Those experiences, though deeply healing, were mostly processed in your emotional body, in your feelings, your inner landscape. But now, at the third awakening, something shifts. Your soul no longer wants to hover above. It wants to live inside you, not metaphorically, physically, energetically, consciously. And in order for that to happen, your physical form must become an adequate vessel. And so, your body joins the journey. Think of your scalp. When it tightens without reason, when you reach up to scratch it and find no dryness, no irritation, it could be your crown chakra expanding. That is the center through which divine wisdom enters. The Bible alludes to this kind of encounter in multiple places. Consider the moment in Acts 2:2-3, when the Holy Spirit came upon the apostles. Suddenly, a sound like the blowing of a violent wind came from heaven. They saw what seemed to be tongues of fire that separated and came to rest on each of them. The sensation was real, physical. Fire, wind, movement. Their bodies were not bypassed. They were filled, stretched, used. Your third awakening is much the same. You feel these spiritual currents not just in your mind or soul, but in your spine, your neck, your skin. The tension you feel along your back, that's not stress, that's alignment. The human spine contains not just bones, but energy centers, the chakras, each corresponding to a deeper dimension of consciousness. From the root at the tailbone to the crown at the top of your head, energy travels like electricity through this sacred system. As your soul begins anchoring itself more deeply, your energy field is recalibrating, realigning its circuits, upgrading the way your body holds and transmits divine intelligence. Let me tell you about Marcel, a 47-year-old architect from Lisbon. For most of his life, he was logical, grounded, practical. He didn't believe in anything he couldn't see or measure. But after the sudden loss of his mother, something shifted. Grief cracked open a door he didn't know existed. Months later, he began waking in the middle of the night with a bizarre sensation. His spine felt like it was glowing, not burning, glowing, soft, warm, pulsing like a current. He thought he was going mad, but the feeling kept returning, especially during moments of deep stillness or when he listened to music his mother used to love. Eventually, he began to meditate, not because someone told him to, but because the energy demanded a space to move. Within a year, Marcel was no longer just designing buildings. He was channeling sacred geometry into his blueprints, patterns he claimed came from elsewhere. His colleagues noticed his work becoming more inspired, more alive. And when asked what changed, he simply said, "I started letting the light shape me instead of trying to shape the light." What Marcel didn't know in words, he knew in spirit. The body is not a bystander in spiritual awakening. It's a sacred participant. And your experience mirrors this. These strange physical pulls, these tingling cascades down your spine are not errors or glitches. They're invitations. Your body is not just reacting anymore. It's partnering with your soul to create a unified vessel, a home fit for the Holy Spirit. You are literally changing how you hold consciousness in your physical frame. Even the great minds of science and spirituality recognize this. Nikola Tesla, the Serbian-American inventor and mystic, once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Tesla understood what many mystics have whispered for centuries, that the body and spirit are not separate. They are harmonics in the same symphony, and when one frequency shifts, the other must adapt. That's what you're experiencing, a sacred retuning. These energetic symptoms tend to localize around high-density energy channels, your scalp, neck, spine, and lower back. Why there? Because these are the junctions where heaven touches earth within you. These are the gateways where insight, intuition, memory, and power converge. When you sit in silence and feel that strange pulling at the base of your skull, it's not discomfort, it's an opening. When a sudden heat flares up along your spine during a moment of reflection, it's not random, it's release. Your system is releasing stagnant energy, old fear, ancestral patterns, and making room for higher intelligence. Let me give you another picture. Imagine a young tree growing in a tight pot. Its roots begin pressing against the edges, coiling, seeking more space. Eventually, the gardener must transplant it into bigger soil. But in that moment of change, when the tree is removed, shaken, reburied, its system is in shock. Yet, it's necessary. Without that stretching, the tree would stunt. Your current discomfort is the same. You are being replanted, not because you were broken, but because your old container no longer fits the depth and height of who you're becoming. You may also notice these sensations during emotionally charged moments, when you're processing something deep, or even during still meditation. That's because your emotions, thoughts, and energy are all connected. When one shifts, the others echo. That odd buzzing in your skull when you receive a sudden insight. That's not coincidence. That's your biological ceiling being pierced. the ceiling of who you thought you were, the limits of how much light you thought you could carry. And now, you're breaking through. Remember what Jesus said in John 14:12. Very truly I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these. That greater doesn't just mean outward miracles. It also means inner transformation. Your body is learning to host the Spirit in ways even your mind can't yet comprehend. You're becoming a living temple. And like any sacred temple, the foundation must be rebuilt, the pillars reset, the structure renewed. There's a young woman named Amira, a yoga teacher in Morocco. She once told her students, "The ache in your back is not a flaw. It's a prayer your spine is whispering, begging you to sit straighter, breathe deeper, open wider." What she meant, though perhaps without fully knowing, is that your body longs to align with your divine purpose. It doesn't want to stay stuck in trauma or compressed by fear. It wants to stretch into glory. So the next time you feel that subtle tightening in your neck, that electric thread along your spine, that strange halo of tension around your skull, don't panic. Don't rush to fix it or numb it. Pause, breathe, listen. There is a wisdom encoded in your very bones. Your cells remember who you were before the world named you. Your spine remembers the posture of reverence. Your skin remembers how it feels to carry the light. You are not being harmed. You are being stretched into the full shape of your calling. You may notice that your appetite has shifted in ways that feel uncanny, as if your body now speaks a new language. Hunger no longer signals routine meals or familiar cravings. You might go hours, even an entire day, without realizing you need to eat, absorbed by inner shifts. Or you could suddenly crave something incredibly specific, a single fruit, one fresh herb, a clean, simple dish, while other options feel heavy or repulsive. This isn't a diet trend or a matter of willpower. It's your body self-selecting what it can handle as your spiritual system undergoes transformation. During your third awakening, your body becomes highly intelligent in how it processes energy. Food shifts from being mere fuel to a form of frequency. Anything too dense, overly processed, or tied to old emotional patterns starts feeling off. You may feel full with minimal intake, or experience sudden surges of hunger that vanish just as quickly. These fluctuations aren't a disorder, but a divine recalibration. Your spiritual body, drawing energy from new sources: breath, silence, movement, light, solitude. So physical hunger becomes less about routine and more about resonance. Reflect on Matthew 5:6. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. This sacred hunger isn't only metaphorical. Your body begins to embody that longing. The digestive center, tied to the solar plexus, refines itself to allow only what aligns with your inner truth. In Daniel 1:12-15, the prophet and companions chose simple vegetables and water over the king's delicacies, aligning their bodies with convictions and emerging healthier. Similarly, your inner guidance steers you toward foods resonant with your emerging purpose. Consider Jesus' fast in the wilderness, 40 days abstaining from physical food to commune with the Father, Matthew 4:2. That fast was preparation, not punishment. You may find your body naturally limiting intake, an intuitive fast prompted by spirit to clear old patterns and invite clarity. When you crave a plain bowl of porridge or a single herb-infused tea at dawn, recognize it as guidance, not deprivation. Imagine Ayana, a herbalist in a mountain village. Once devoted to elaborate meals and familiar flavors, she found her palate shifting overnight during a spiritual crisis. Elaborate dishes no longer satisfied. Instead, a simple brew of mint and barley felt deeply nourishing. Medical checks showed no issue, but Ayana sensed her awakening. As she followed these promptings, vitality rose. and she discovered new herbal remedies revealed in dreams. Her body's intelligence led her to deeper healing for herself and others. Society teaches 3 meals a day and rigid diets, but now you learn to honor your body's wisdom. Forcing old patterns brings discomfort. Ignoring true signals risks imbalance. Place your hand on your solar plexus and listen intuitively. What frequency does your body seek? Seek guidance from spirit rather than external expectations. Nature mirrors this selective intake. Think of the hummingbird discerning which blossoms hold vital nectar and rejecting others as if guided by an invisible compass. Bears fast during hibernation to renew their systems. Migratory birds feast before long flights, then rely on stored energy. Your system, guided by unseen currents, fasts and feasts in a sacred rhythm. Trust these shifts serve your unfolding. Pope Francis, spiritual leader to millions, once said in a homily, "We must recover the simplicity of real things, the taste of bread, the warmth of home, the purity of gaze." In his Lenten reflections, he often speaks of eating simply, not as punishment, but as a path to deeper communion. His life reflects spiritual clarity through voluntary simplicity, choosing humble foods, giving up opulence, and encouraging believers to fast from noise, excess, and indifference. His practice reminds you that your body's shifting appetite may be leading you closer to simplicity, clarity, and divine presence. You may wake at odd hours drawn to sip water or herbal infusion, then drift into lucid states where insights surface, or a sudden hunger at sunrise that a single piece of fruit satisfies completely. Observe without judgment. This is your body syncing with spiritual nourishment, drawing energy from light and presence rather than habitual quantities. When friends or family worry you're not eating enough, explain gently that your appetite is evolving as part of a sacred season. Invite understanding but resist conforming solely to expectation. Honor both care for your body and wisdom guiding you. Consider fasting traditions. Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, fasted 40 days, Luke 4:1-2, to prepare for ministry. Monastic practices use fasting for clarity. Your modern awakening echoes these ancient rhythms but is personalized. Your body directs what it needs, when it needs it. Trust your solar plexus's refinement. As the center of personal power and energy assimilation, it sheds old dependencies, cravings for comfort or validation, making space for true autonomy rooted in divine empowerment. You learn to derive nourishment from presence, prayer, breath, and light. Reflect on Javier, a chef whose culinary artistry was upended by a profound inner shift. Rich sauces he once adored felt too dense, while simple vegetable bowls felt deeply satisfying. Initially fearful of losing creativity, he embraced the change and discovered new inspiration. Menus celebrating local farmers, seasonal produce, and community. His transformation nourished body and soul, inspiring others. Questions may arise. Is this safe? Will I harm my health? Should I force myself to eat? The guidance lies in attunement. Monitor your energy. When you honor true hunger, vitality often rises. If exhaustion threatens, gently choose nourishing options aligned with emerging truth. Balance, surrender to inner guidance with practical body care. This communion is a dance, not a dictatorship of extremes. Nature offers further insight. Consider deciduous trees shedding leaves in autumn, freeing energy for winter rest and spring rebirth. Your appetite shifts echo these cycles, shedding old patterns, resting, then renewed vitality. Trust each phase, minimal intake and reflection, gentle hunger for fresh nourishment, preparing you for new growth. Psalm 42. 1 declares, "As the deer pants for streams of water, so my soul pants for you, my God. The deer drinks when thirsty without worry." Your body, like the deer, signals when it thirsts, whether for physical sustenance or spiritual presence. Learn its language. Beyond diet, notice sensory tuning. The scent of fresh basil or lavender may feel like balm, while strong odors repel you. These shifts signal energy realignment. Subtle scents become medicine for your soul. Consider bees in spring, drawn only to blossoms offering pure nectar and avoiding those with scant pollen. Your body, like the bee, discerns pure energy sources. Isaiah 58:6-7 speaks of loosening chains of injustice and sharing bread with the hungry. Your fasting may not be solely physical, but symbolic of releasing old bonds, freeing yourself from attachments no longer serving divine purpose. As you abstain from certain foods, reflect on inner release. Which chains dissolve as you eat lightly? What generosity arises when you recognize spiritual hunger? Remember Mahatma Gandhi, who used fasting as both protest and purification. Though his context differed, his awareness of the body's role in spiritual discipline highlights how abstaining can clarify purpose. In your awakening, fasting emerges not from moral duty, but intuitive guidance, leading to inner clarity and outer alignment. Notice how your energy shifts in gatherings. Communal feasts may feel overwhelming, prompting you to seek small, intentional sharing with kindred spirits. This social selectivity mirrors physical hunger. You seek environments and people whose frequencies uplift. Consider mental nourishment too. You may avoid heavy content, drawn instead to uplifting teachings, sacred texts, or poetry. Mind and body crave nourishment in harmony with spiritual emergence. Offer gratitude before eating. Thank you for guiding me to this nourishment aligned with my evolving self. In doing so, you sanctify the act of eating, turning each meal into worship. Remember Paul's guidance. Treat the body as a temple. 1 Corinthians 6:19-20. In this awakening, your temple demands purity, aligned with divine residency. Clean eating reflects inner clarity, not mere health trends. Beware extremes. Prolonged starvation out of fear won't serve, nor will overindulgence numb signals. Listen compassionately. Your body learns new parameters. Seek support from holistic practitioners attuned to spiritual dimensions or mentors respecting your journey. But trust the inner voice where spirit and body converse. Even public figures attest to mind-body shifts. Oprah Winfrey, known for candid discussions on diet and spirituality, spoke of times when she felt drawn to certain foods or fasting as part of inner work. I trust my body's wisdom. Her choice reflects how inner alignment guides beyond passing trends. As appetite transforms, notice how you eat. Shift from distracted consumption to mindful presence. Turn meals into rituals. Light a candle, express gratitude, savor each texture. Even a simple bowl of soup becomes sacred when consumed with reverence. Ultimately, you are not hungry as before because you are not the person you were. Your body senses the shift, self-selecting nourishment aligned with your emerging divine essence. In this third awakening, food weaves into your transformation, guiding you toward alignment with God's purpose. Celebrate the mysterious intelligence within that chooses what supports your emergence. Your appetite now reflects a feast of eternal life stirring within, as every cell resonates with divine frequency. You glance into the mirror, expecting the usual reflection, the same familiar face you've seen 1,000 times. But this time, something catches you. A subtle shift. Nothing dramatic, nothing alarming, but undeniably present. The contours of your eyes feel slightly different. There's a faint puffiness that wasn't there before, either in the upper or lower eyelids. A gentle pressure hugs your temples, like an unseen hand pressing softly behind your skin. It's not pain, not discomfort exactly, more like a sense of presence, a presence behind the eyes. Even after a full night of rest, your eyes feel heavy, and it's not the weight of fatigue or emotion. No tears, no allergies, no dehydration, but something inside you knows this isn't nothing, and it isn't just a physical change. It's as if your face is trying to tell you something that your mind hasn't yet understood. For God's chosen ones, these seemingly minor physical sensations often mark the threshold of something much greater. You're entering a new depth of spiritual awakening, the third and most powerful phase. Unlike the first awakening, which sparks your intuition, or the second, which deepens your discernment, this one doesn't whisper. It resonates through your biology. It moves in your nerves. It flows through the sacred circuits of your body like divine electricity. And one of the first signs is in your eyes. Why the eyes? Because they are the gatekeepers between perception and belief. The eye is where the spirit begins to translate vision into understanding. Scripture affirms this in Ephesians 1:18. I pray that the eyes of your heart may be enlightened, in order that you may know the hope to which he has called you. When the Spirit calls you higher, the eyes often respond first, not just by seeing differently, but by preparing to receive light that the world around you cannot recognize. This is more than just metaphor, it is physiological. The pineal gland, nestled deep in the center of your brain, long associated with spiritual sight, begins to activate in deeper harmony with the pituitary gland. These two glands, often overlooked in the discussion of spirituality, are in fact partners in divine perception. One regulates your spiritual compass, the other your physical rhythms. When they synchronize, the nervous tissue around your eyes picks up the shift because your vision is being recalibrated from within. Have you noticed it? The urge to blink more slowly, the aversion to bright artificial lights, the craving for silence, even when the world is offering sound. Your senses aren't failing, they're tuning. You're not becoming hypersensitive, you're becoming precise. Let's go deeper. In 2 Kings 6, the prophet Elisha prays that his servant's eyes would be opened. The young man is afraid. He sees enemy armies surrounding them. But Elisha sees something else. He prays, Lord, open his eyes that he may see. Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire. 2 Kings 6:17. What changed? Not the external reality, but the servant's capacity to perceive spiritual truth. That's exactly what's happening to you. You are being reconditioned to see not just with physical eyes, but with spiritual clarity. This shift can manifest as subtle physical symptoms. The puffiness, the eye tension, the weight behind your brow, because your perception is expanding faster than your habits can adapt. Your old ways of seeing, grounded in logic, linear thinking, and visual cues, no longer suffice. You're beginning to sense what is not said. You're starting to read the energy in a room, feel the truth behind a person's smile, discern the real meaning in silence. This can be disorienting, but it's also sacred. I want to tell you about Matteo, a young painter in Florence. For years, he struggled to connect with his audience. His work was technically flawless, but something was missing. Then he went through a season of silence. He stopped painting for months. During that time, he often woke up with swelling around his eyes, persistent tension that no doctor could explain. He started seeing color more vividly, noticing patterns in nature and human movement. One day, he painted again, and for the first time, people wept when they saw his work. Why? Because he was no longer painting what he saw. He was painting what he perceived. The transformation of your vision is not a burden, it's an invitation. Consider Pope John Paul II, a spiritual father to millions and a man of profound insight. Despite his physical ailments, he often spoke about seeing people not just as they are, but as God created them to be. He once said, "The eyes are the mirror of the soul. and they reflect everything that seems to be hidden, and like a mirror, they also reflect the person looking into them. That's what your eyes are beginning to do. Reflect divine truth and perceive it in others. But let's not forget nature, God's first cathedral. Think of the dragonfly, born underwater, blind to the sky above. It lives the early part of its life crawling at the bottom of a pond, unaware that it was destined to fly. But when the time comes, it climbs up a reed, breaks through its casing, and emerges with wings. Not only that, it now sees through compound eyes with over 30,000 lenses, capturing light and movement in a way it never could beneath the surface. That's you. You're emerging from water to air, from instinct to vision, from hiddenness to clarity. You may feel lonely in this process. Others might not notice the shift, or worse, they may dismiss it. But remember what Jesus said in John 14:17 about the Spirit of truth. The world cannot accept him, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, for he lives with you and will be in you. You're not crazy. You're consecrated. Let me share one more story, this time about Amara, a 57-year-old nurse from Lagos. For decades she worked in ICU wards, witnessing life and death daily. But it wasn't until last year that she began waking up with consistent heaviness in her eyes, as though something was pressing her to pay attention. During that same time, she began sensing the emotional states of patients before reading their charts. She'd walk into a room and know who was about to pass, not from data, but from spirit. Her eyes began to see time differently, not chronologically, but eternally. And now she ministers not only with medicine, but with the gift of divine perception. This journey isn't a detour, it's a doorway. And as you walk through it, remember that even Jesus, when he healed the blind, often did so in layers. In Mark 8:23-25, he spit on a man's eyes and laid hands on him. The man looked up and said, "I see people. They look like trees walking around." Jesus laid his hands on his eyes again, and this time he saw clearly. Why the 2 steps? Because spiritual sight is progressive. It deepens, it adjusts, it matures. That's where you are. This subtle puffiness in your face, this tension around your temples, this new relationship with light and sound, they're not cosmetic, they're catalytic. You are in the chrysalis, and just like the dragonfly's body reforms as it rises from the water, your sight is being reborn. So, if your eyes feel tired, but your spirit feels awake, lean in. If silence feels safer than noise, stay there. If you feel something stirring behind your gaze, trust it. Your third eye is not just opening, it is reconfiguring your entire way of knowing. You're not imagining things, you're perceiving more. And your face, quietly, faithfully, is announcing to the world, I am learning to see a new reality. Not because you were seeking it, but because you were chosen for it. So if you've been feeling that quiet, persistent shift, not loud enough to explain, but too real to deny, trust it. What you're experiencing isn't random, cosmetic, or fleeting. It's sacred. It's divine realignment. You are being retuned to a frequency that your old self couldn't receive. The world around you may still look the same, but you know, something has changed behind your eyes. And that's not just coincidence, that's covenant. For God's chosen ones, the third spiritual awakening isn't just a mystical experience, it is a commissioning. It is the moment your vision is called up to meet your purpose. The eyes you were born with are being sanctified to perceive beyond the veil, not just to see what's there, but to discern what should be. That's why your body is responding first. That's why your eyes feel the pressure. That's why silence feels like oxygen and bright lights feel like chaos. Your spirit is leading now. Your body is following, and your calling is approaching. Can you feel it? You were never called to live numb, dull, or blind to what's happening in the spirit realm. You were called to see, to witness with clarity, to walk with divine precision in a world addicted to distraction. This shift in your vision, subtle, sacred, and persistent, is your soul's announcement that heaven is preparing you to move in new authority. And don't be surprised if others don't see it. They weren't meant to. Not yet, because the revelation isn't happening around you, it's happening within you. This is why God reveals himself layer by layer, like the unfolding of morning light. You may not understand every sensation, every sign, every shift, but you're still being held in the center of his design. Like Elisha's servant whose eyes were open to see the hills filled with angelic fire, your vision is not broken, it is being broadened. What felt like pressure was preparation. What seemed like a burden is becoming a blessing. And now, if this message resonated deeply, if something within you whispered, "Yes, this is me, this is my moment, this is what I couldn't put into words," then don't keep it hidden. Bring it into the light. Like this video if you feel seen. Share it with someone you love who may not yet understand what they're going through, but is sensing that same inner change. And in the comments, open up. This is a space where the veil is thinner. What's shifting in your spirit? What's awakening in your body? What's changing behind your eyes? Let's not just grow in knowledge. Let's walk together in revelation. And if you haven't already, subscribe. Not just for more content, but because this space is an altar of alignment. Every video, every message, every prayer is crafted with the intention to restore, awaken, and clarify. You're not just joining a channel, you're joining a remnant. A tribe of God's chosen ones stepping out of confusion and into clarity. To all of you who've supported this work, whether through super thanks, sharing, praying, or simply returning to listen, thank you. You matter more than you know. Your energy, your spiritual hunger, your attention in a world that pulls you in 1,000 directions, that's sacred, and I see you. Whether you give publicly or walk quietly with us, your presence here is a seed, and heaven doesn't waste seeds. So now, as you go, I bless your eyes. I bless the spiritual membrane between what you see and what you sense. I bless your capacity to perceive not just what is, but what is holy. I pray your vision be bathed in the clarity of God, not clouded by fear, not distracted by noise, not dimmed by the world's illusion. May you see as Jesus sees, with compassion and with fire, with gentleness and with discernment. May your physical eyes rest while your spiritual sight sharpens. May your nights be filled with revelation and your days with divine nudges. May the veil between this world and the kingdom become thinner each time you blink. May your intuition become your language and your peace become your compass. May you wake up each morning with the knowing that you are not who you were yesterday, because something in you is being resurrected daily, quietly, powerfully. Let your eyes reflect truth. Let your gaze heal others. Let your presence carry the light you are now able to see. And when the world asks what's changed about you, you won't need to explain, because your life will speak. Your vision will testify. Your face will shine. You are being prepared for the kind of sight that changes nations, the kind of clarity that calls others into their own awakening. And it all starts here, with this moment, this sign, this sacred shift behind your eyes. Until next time, stay alert in the spirit, stay rooted in the word, stay soft in the heart. You are chosen, you are awakening, and you are not alone. God's chosen ones. What if I told you that the strange things you've been feeling lately, the inner discomfort, the sudden moments of emotional intensity, the urge to disconnect from the world, are not coincidences. What if they were signals, warnings, divine symptoms of something far greater happening beneath the surface? You're not losing your mind. You're being prepared. There comes a point in the life of every chosen one when the ground begins to shake under their feet, not to destroy them, but to reposition them. That moment is not soft. It doesn't whisper in comfort. It thunders in silence. And before your final awakening fully takes hold, there's a sacred threshold you must pass, a hidden doorway where your entire spiritual system starts to respond, as if it knows a secret your mind hasn't caught up to yet. Have you been feeling like something is unraveling? That nothing is the same anymore, even though you can't explain why? That's because you're not just evolving. You're approaching the most significant spiritual transformation of your life. And here's what the world won't tell you. Chosen ones don't awaken through peace. They awaken through pressure. God doesn't elevate you until He empties you. That's why things have been falling apart. Not to punish you, but to prepare you. And just before this final elevation, 7 specific signs begin to show up. They touch your energy, your health, your emotions, your very surroundings. They shake you, wake you, and crack your soul open so the light can finally break in. If you've been sensing this, if your life feels like a divine mystery unfolding and you're ready to understand why, I want you to comment 777 below as a confirmation that you're part of this sacred shift. And to every single one of you who's been supporting this journey through Super Thanks, may heaven multiply what you've given. Your generosity is helping awaken souls all over the world. So lean in, because what you're about to discover is not just information, it's revelation. These 7 spiritual symptoms aren't something to fear. They're proof that your old self is shedding and your divine identity is rising. Are you ready to find out what they are? Let's go deeper. The truth is already waiting for you. God's chosen ones, you'll feel this right before the final spiritual awakening. 7 powerful signs. One of the earliest and most mysterious signs that your final spiritual awakening is approaching is a sudden distortion in your experience of time. It begins subtly. Perhaps you glance at the clock, only to realize that what felt like 10 minutes was actually an hour, or the opposite happens. Hours seem to vanish in the blink of an eye. Your routine feels suspended, and the rhythm of ordinary life no longer syncs with your internal clock. You're not becoming careless or forgetful. This shift isn't caused by a busy schedule or poor planning. What you're truly experiencing is a divine disruption. Your soul is loosening from the chains of linear time and beginning to taste eternity. Have you noticed how certain moments feel unusually long, as if you're trapped in slow motion, while others evaporate so quickly that you question whether they even happened? That's not a coincidence. You're crossing into what the prophets would describe as sacred space, where heaven bends close and time becomes fluid. In the book of Revelation, John was taken in the Spirit on the Lord's day, Revelation 1:10, transported beyond time and space into the throne room of God. Could this same spiritual rewiring be happening within you now? You're not losing touch, you're gaining access. Your energy is no longer fully anchored to this world's dimension. You're beginning to perceive from a higher realm, a multi-dimensional awareness that few ever encounter. Imagine a butterfly in mid-metamorphosis. Time doesn't pass the same for the caterpillar sealed inside the cocoon. It is neither here nor there, no longer crawling, not yet flying. That's you right now, suspended between realms. Even in modern times, this phenomenon isn't unheard of. Marina Abramović, a controversial but influential performance artist known for exploring time and consciousness, once sat in stillness for hours, locking eyes with strangers, many of whom wept uncontrollably. Why? Because in her stillness time collapsed and something eternal stirred. Whether or not you share her background, the experience of transcending time is not reserved for the stage. It's unfolding in you, right where you are. Let me tell you about Jalen, a quiet soul from Georgia. Just months ago he was obsessed with time, alarms, checklists, deadlines. Then something changed. He began waking at 3:33 a.m. without reason. His days blurred. At work, he would enter a state of deep stillness, and colleagues would say he seemed somewhere else. He wasn't broken, he was breaking through. The old way of perceiving time was giving way to divine rhythm. Even King David, in his Psalms, grasped this paradox when he declared, "1,000 years in your sight are like a day that has just gone by." Psalm 90, verse 4. He wasn't writing metaphorically, he was touching eternity. As one of God's chosen, your perception is being recalibrated for the realm you're being prepared to walk in. Time as you knew it is no longer the master. Eternity is now whispering through the cracks of your daily life. Can you sense it? How even silence feels louder now. How the present moment stretches and bends like light through water. Something sacred is happening beneath the surface. And it's only the beginning. This shift means your spirit is beginning to tune into frequencies and timelines that do not conform to the old rules. You're stepping outside the boundaries of ordinary perception and into spiritual territory where clocks hold no authority. At times, it can feel surreal, like you're drifting through a dream or floating underwater. There may be moments when you question your own memory. Did that really happen? Why do I feel like I've been here before? Or perhaps your usual sense of rhythm vanishes, and even your identity begins to feel like it's unraveling. But make no mistake, this is not chaos. It is not confusion. It is not dysfunction. What you're experiencing is dissolution, a sacred unmaking of what once defined your reality so that something greater can emerge. Just as snow must melt before spring can bloom, your old framework of time must dissolve so your consciousness can expand beyond the dense, limited realm of this 3D world. You're being rewired to perceive what eyes cannot see and ears cannot hear. Consider the words of the Apostle Paul. We fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. For what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:18. This is what's happening to you now. You are beginning to see with eternal eyes. Think of it like this. When a radio is slightly out of tune, the signal becomes distorted, static, fragmented, confusing. But once it locks onto the right frequency, the sound becomes clear and resonant. Your spirit is tuning in. That dizziness, it's not weakness, it's the realignment of your soul to divine wavelengths. There's a woman named Elira, a language professor who used to pride herself on precision and logic. But one day she found herself sitting at her desk, staring at a leaf outside the window for almost an hour, unable to move. Time had evaporated, and in its place was a strange, peaceful stillness that she couldn't explain. At first, she thought she was losing her mind, but later she realized something higher had entered her awareness. That was the moment her spiritual gifts began to unlock. Even Jesus experienced something beyond time during the Transfiguration. As his face shone like the sun and Moses and Elijah appeared beside him, the laws of past, present, and future collapsed into one divine moment, Matthew 17:1-3. What if what you're feeling now is the beginning of your own transfiguration? Imagine standing at the edge of a great ocean. The sand beneath your feet shifts, the horizon stretches endlessly, and time seems to pause with each crashing wave. That's what your soul is doing now, leaving the solid, familiar ground and learning to float in the infinite. These feelings of disorientation are not to be feared. They are signs, markers, warnings that your old world is being peeled away and your new eyes are beginning to see. You're not losing yourself. You're awakening to who you've always been. And now something deeper begins to unfold. As time around you starts to lose its usual shape, bending, stretching, even disappearing, it's not just a spiritual symptom, it's a sign that you are standing at the edge of a divine release. You may begin to receive powerful downloads from God's Spirit. Sometimes they arrive as flashes of vision. Other times they come as memories that feel ancient, perhaps from lives or dimensions you cannot explain. Insights may arrive so suddenly that they shake the very ground beneath your understanding. Have you ever had a thought so vivid, so complete, that it felt like it wasn't yours? Have you ever paused mid-sentence, overwhelmed by a knowing that didn't come from your mind, but from somewhere higher, somewhere holy? You're not imagining it. This is heaven speaking in the language of the Spirit. The Bible says in Job 33:14-16, "For God does speak, now one way, now another, though no one perceives it. In a dream, in a vision of the night, he may speak in their ears and terrify them with warnings." These aren't just ancient words, they're happening now, to you. Your soul is expanding to perceive truths that calendars and clocks cannot explain. This is not a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. Don't let fear make you retreat. As these visions come, breathe deeply. Anchor yourself in prayer, not to escape the experience, but to hold space for it. You're not losing your grip on reality, you're stepping into a higher one. Think of how a falcon sees the earth while soaring thousands of feet above. The patterns, the roads, the chaos of cities below become small. From that height, the noise of the world is quieted. Your awareness is rising in the same way. Can you feel how your spirit is gaining altitude? Even modern thinkers have spoken of this shift. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist and pioneer of analytical psychology, once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." Though not a prophet, his words point toward the very awakening you're now walking into. Let me tell you about Nadira, a Kenyan fashion designer who recently felt called to pause her thriving business. In the middle of her success, she began waking at 4:44 a.m. every day, flooded with images of white garments, wings, and ancient writing she didn't understand. One day, while praying on a balcony, she heard, "You are not here to dress bodies. You are here to clothe spirits." She left the fashion industry to begin a ministry that sends prophetic robes to women across Africa. She never saw it coming. But the visions were real, and the shift in time was only the beginning. The prophet Daniel experienced the same flood when Gabriel came to him with visions that made him collapse, trembling and breathless. Daniel 10:8 says, "I was left alone, gazing at this great vision. I had no strength left. My face turned deathly pale, and I was helpless." This is what happens when heaven rushes in. Your body cannot contain the weight of eternity, but your spirit can. You are now stepping into the state of awareness that doesn't require the ticking of clocks to define reality. You're starting to see the divine blueprint, not in days or weeks, but in revelations and moments of divine truth. Doesn't it explain why everything familiar seems to fade? Why some conversations feel strangely empty while silence feels sacred? This isn't a phase. It's not exhaustion. This is evidence. Evidence that you are rising. You're not here to merely count days. You're here to interpret heaven. You wake up one morning and something feels off. You're not exactly sick, but you know you're not well either. There's a tightness in your chest that wasn't there before. Your muscles ache, though you haven't lifted anything heavy or done anything strenuous. Suddenly, foods that once comforted you cause discomfort. Your stomach bloats, your digestion rebels, your skin flares up. It's as if your body has entered into battle, but you can't see the enemy. At first, you assume it's stress, maybe fatigue, or that your schedule is finally catching up with you. But as the days go on, the symptoms don't disappear, they evolve. One day it's tension, the next it's brain fog. Then it becomes emotional, a deep heaviness that clings like a shadow. And then a deeper awareness begins to rise, subtle but undeniable. This isn't just a physical reaction, it's a spiritual rejection. Your body is no longer in agreement with your old life. Have you wondered why certain routines now feel suffocating? Why environments that once felt comfortable now feel toxic? Could it be that your very cells are beginning to revolt against what once sustained you? The Bible reminds us in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That transformation isn't just mental, it often starts in the body, as your temple begins to refuse anything that no longer serves your divine purpose. Imagine a snake preparing to shed its skin. The outer layer becomes tight, dry, and irritating. It's not disease, it's departure. The old covering is no longer compatible with its expanding form. In the same way, your physical body is trying to shed the weight of what is no longer part of your spiritual assignment. Even public figures have walked through this kind of breaking. Pope John Paul II, one of the most influential spiritual leaders of the modern age, often spoke about how physical suffering prepared him spiritually. In his final years, racked with Parkinson's and pain, he said, "I am united with Christ on the cross. I do not ask to be healed. I ask to be faithful." His body grew weaker, but his spirit ascended higher, because he knew suffering can be a signal of sacred change. Let me tell you about Brielle, a nutritionist from Toronto. Just a few months ago, she thrived on busy schedules, client meetings, and evening wine tastings. Then, without warning, everything began to shift. Her body became hypersensitive. Food she'd eaten for years made her nauseous. Her skin erupted, her weight fluctuated, and she felt overwhelmed by sounds and lights. Her doctors found nothing wrong. But late one night, while crying on the floor, she whispered, "God, what is happening to me?" And the answer came like a whisper, "You're being emptied to be filled." She left her career, entered into spiritual study, and now teaches others how to align their health with divine frequency. In 1 Corinthians 6:19 it says, "Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit?" As your calling increases, so does the sensitivity of your temple. What used to go unnoticed, energies, toxins, foods, even people, now leave an imprint. You're not just tired, you're being told, you've outgrown this level. Can you feel it? The way your body recoils at certain places, people, or patterns. It's not weakness, it's wisdom. Your physical self is waking up alongside your soul, crying out for alignment. You are not falling apart. You are being rearranged by God's hand for something far greater than comfort. As you draw closer to your final spiritual awakening, something extraordinary begins to happen beneath the surface. Your body, once obedient to routines and environments, is no longer willing to submit to what doesn't align with your divine future. You become hypersensitive to what you used to tolerate with ease. Places, patterns, even people, your body now begins to treat them as spiritual toxins. You may notice it during the most ordinary moments. That early morning meeting at the job you quietly resent, your stomach knots before your feet even touch the ground. The weekly social gathering with people who smile outwardly but drain you inwardly. You feel exhausted just imagining the small talk. These aren't mood swings. This isn't procrastination. This is a sacred alert system. Your body isn't betraying you, it's protecting you. Why does no one talk about this? Why is it that when your spirit awakens, people expect only joy and peace, but never discomfort? The truth is, this stage of awakening isn't just emotional or mental, it is deeply physical. The transformation runs all the way down to the cellular level. 1 Corinthians 15:51-52 says, "We will not all sleep, but we will all be changed, in a flash, in the twinkling of an eye." And while Paul was speaking of a final transformation, what if you're already tasting the beginning of that change now? What if the ache in your bones is actually the birth of something eternal? Imagine a violin being tuned. If even one string is slightly off, the entire instrument vibrates in tension. That's you. Your soul is being tuned to heaven's frequency, and anything that doesn't resonate with your new vibration begins to feel sharp, out of place, even painful. Have you felt that lately, like the noise of the world is getting louder, but your desire to withdraw into silence is growing? Consider Howard Storm, once an atheist and successful art professor. After a near-death experience, he encountered the presence of Christ and returned transformed. He said the hardest part wasn't the revelation, it was returning to a world that no longer fit. His senses were heightened, and his body reacted fiercely to the emotional energy of others. His awakening wasn't just spiritual, it was physical, and like you, he had to adjust to the new frequency he had touched. Let me tell you about Dion, a private driver in New York who recently began waking with strange symptoms: nausea, backaches, migraines. Doctors couldn't explain it, but it always happened on Mondays. He finally realized the pattern. His symptoms peaked whenever he had to drive a wealthy client who constantly berated him. One day, he refused the job. The symptoms vanished. That was the moment he knew. His body was warning him before his mind could catch up. He left his job within a month and now works with children with disabilities, where he says his body feels light every day. Romans 8:11 reminds us, "If the spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead dwells in you, he who raised Christ will also give life to your mortal bodies." Not just your spirit, your body. Your awakening isn't limited to prayer and dreams, it's in your digestion, in your posture, in your breath. Why do certain rooms now feel heavier? Why does your body tighten around people who once made you laugh? It's because your spiritual GPS has rerouted, and the destination you're heading toward no longer supports the energy of where you've been. This is not weakness, this is recalibration. The old programming, the roles you played, the masks you wore, the obligations you fulfilled are being rejected by your system, not out of rebellion, but out of protection. Your body is preparing you to dwell in higher places. The temple is adjusting to house new glory. And yes, this part can feel absolutely brutal. There will be moments when you wonder if you're breaking down completely. Your emotions swing wide. Your body aches in ways that make no medical sense, and your thoughts begin to spiral. But you're not unraveling, you're detoxing. This isn't the end. It's the expulsion of everything that no longer belongs to the version of you that God is raising up. The heaviness you feel, it's not failure, it's cleansing. You are purging the noise, the weight, and the false identities that kept you imprisoned in a version of life that no longer serves your destiny. Just like the Israelites had to leave Egypt before they could receive the promised land, you too must release what's familiar, even if it hurts. Exodus 23:25 reminds us, "Worship the Lord your God, and his blessing will be on your food and water. I will take away sickness from among you." Could it be that this discomfort is a form of divine extraction, removing what was never meant to stay in your system? So what matters most in this sacred but messy stage? Listening, not to the outside world, but to the whispers of your body. Drink more water than usual. Your system is flushing toxins from old emotional patterns. Rest without guilt. Your nervous system is recalibrating. Eat not from habit, but from intuition. Your body will tell you what it needs if you dare to be still enough to hear it. Have you noticed how forcing yourself into certain places now feels violent? How even casual conversations with certain people leave you spiritually sore? That's not you being too sensitive. That's your body becoming a spiritual instrument. And like a finely tuned harp, anything off pitch now creates tension, friction, resistance. Imagine a violin being dragged through a storm. The strings will snap if the pressure is too great. That's what happens when you remain too long in environments that no longer resonate with your new frequency. Even great minds have spoken of this inner transition. Brené Brown, the American professor and author known for her work on shame and vulnerability, once said, "You either walk inside your story and own it, or you stand outside your story and hustle for your worthiness." What if your body is now refusing to hustle? What if your fatigue is divine resistance to anything less than truth? Let me share a story with you. Amare was a young seminary student in Nairobi. He began to experience strange symptoms every time he entered a specific lecture hall: tight throat, headaches, nausea. He assumed it was illness until he realized the lectures were filled with doctrines that contradicted the stirring truth God had been planting in him privately. One day, he skipped the class, studied under a tree instead, and the symptoms vanished. He wept, not because he was weak, but because he had been strong for too long in a place that was not his calling. Today, he teaches barefoot under that same tree, drawing hundreds who say his presence feels like peace itself. The prophet Elijah also experienced collapse when he was misaligned with his next season. After fleeing Jezebel, he lay under a tree, asking God to take his life. But what did God do? He sent an angel to feed him, hydrate him, and tell him to rest, because the journey ahead was too much without renewal. 1 Kings 19:5-8. You too are being prepared for a journey that your old body cannot carry. A new vessel is being shaped in you, so when your body says no, honor it. When a space feels sharp, leave it. When your spirit feels weary, rest without apology. You're not fragile, you're becoming finely tuned for the next dimension, and anything that grates against your soul is simply revealing where God is no longer assigning your energy. That tightness in your chest when you enter a certain building, that sudden headache that strikes in a specific location, the anxiety that creeps in the moment you're around particular people, these are not coincidences. These are not mood swings or random bodily malfunctions. This is your soul using your nervous system as a messenger. It's shouting what your mouth won't say yet. This is no longer for you. You may have learned to dismiss it, telling yourself to toughen up, push through, stay polite. You may have numbed it with busyness, caffeine, or silence. But here's the truth. When your body whispers and you don't listen, it will raise its voice. If you still ignore it, it will scream. Not to punish you, but to rescue you from a version of life that has expired. It's not sabotage, it's liberation. Isn't it strange how the very spaces that once felt familiar now feel suffocating? Why does your chest tighten in the presence of certain voices, or your energy plummet in rooms filled with laughter? Could it be that your soul no longer recognizes those places as home? The Bible says in Isaiah 30:21, "Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, 'This is the way, walk in it.'" That voice doesn't always come as words. Sometimes it arrives as a headache, sometimes as anxiety, sometimes as a deep physical resistance to the things your spirit has already moved beyond. Imagine a wild horse confined to a small pen. At first it stands still, then it paces, then it bucks. Not because it's disobedient, but because it was never made for confinement. That's your body now. It refuses to stay where your calling can no longer breathe. Even Arianna Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, once collapsed from exhaustion and burnout, literally falling to the floor and breaking her cheekbone. That moment changed her life. She said, "Burnout is not the price you have to pay for success." Her body didn't fail her. It forced her to face what she was unwilling to see. From that day, she built a new life around rest, reflection, and purpose. Let me tell you about Elias, a tech consultant in Singapore. He used to thrive in high-pressure boardrooms, but over time, every meeting left him dizzy, short of breath, and drenched in sweat. Doctors found nothing wrong, but he finally admitted to himself, "I can't do this anymore." He left his job, studied theology for a year, and now builds digital platforms for ministries. He says his healing didn't come from a cure. It came from obedience to his body's warning. Even the prophet Jeremiah experienced this kind of visceral truth. He said, "There is fire in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." Jeremiah 29. When the soul carries something greater than the space it's in, it burns from the inside out. You're not broken, you're being realigned. Your body is no longer loyal to survival, it's loyal to purpose. And now, it's leading the way. So the next time your head pounds in a conversation, or your chest feels heavy in a familiar place, pause. Listen, not to logic, but to the wisdom God placed in your cells. This is sacred. This is how alignment begins. There comes a sacred shift in your spiritual evolution, a quiet, unsettling moment, when everything you once chased begins to lose its shine. You're not sad, you're not burned out, but something has undeniably changed. The thrill of achievement, the pull of popularity, the validation from likes, promotions, applause, they all begin to feel like background noise in a movie you're no longer watching. You scroll through your phone, but nothing stirs your spirit. You enter your workplace and suddenly realize everyone's still playing the same game, but you're not even on the field anymore. Their goals feel like sandcastles in a storm. Their conversations echo with the same familiar buzz, yet to you, they now sound hollow. Even your own previous ambitions begin to dissolve. Have you felt it? That strange stillness when your soul quietly unplugs from the world around you? This is not failure. This is clarity. Ecclesiastes 1:14 says, "I have seen all the things that are done under the sun. All of them are meaningless, a chasing after the wind." King Solomon, in all his wisdom and wealth, reached the same place you are standing now. He saw through the illusions and found that none of it could satisfy the soul. You're beginning to awaken to a deeper truth, one that reveals how much of life is theater. How often have you succeeded only to feel nothing afterward? How many accolades did you collect before realizing they couldn't speak to the quiet ache inside your spirit? Even Jim Carrey, the world-renowned actor and comedian, once said, "I wish everyone could get rich and famous and have everything they ever dreamed of, so they would know that's not the answer." What drove him to say that? It was the veil lifting, the illusion thinning, the same process you are experiencing now. Let me tell you about Sapphira, a rising political strategist in Paris. Her name was known, her influence was growing, but one morning she sat in her office surrounded by awards and headlines and felt nothing but emptiness. "I realized," she said later, "I was building a tower God never told me to build." She resigned quietly, gave away half of her wardrobe, and began studying scripture in a quiet village. Today she counsels women in government, not with strategies, but with spiritual wisdom. Her soul had unplugged from the system, and she finally followed where it led. The Apostle Paul had his moment too. Once a rising star among Pharisees, he declared in Philippians 3:8, "I consider everything a loss because of the surpassing worth of knowing Christ Jesus my Lord." His entire value system collapsed in the light of his encounter with truth. Yours is collapsing now, not because it was weak, but because you're finally strong enough to see through it. It's like waking from a dream. The scenery fades, the urgency disappears. The human game, the constant chasing, proving, pleasing, performing, suddenly feels senseless. Not because life is meaningless, but because you're beginning to remember your true meaning. Picture a bird that has outgrown its cage. The cage may still be gold, the food placed daily, but the bird no longer sings. Why? Because something inside knows there's a sky beyond those bars. That's you. You're no longer content with man-made rhythms. You're being summoned to fly. So no, you're not drifting. You're discerning. You're not lost. You're leaving what's no longer true. The veil is lifting. The illusion is thinning. And what's left is something holy, unshakable, real. At first, this stage can feel disorienting, almost frightening. You might quietly ask yourself, am I giving up? Am I becoming lazy, distant, or even broken? But deep within, the truth begins to rise like a whisper that refuses to be silenced. You're not failing. You're evolving. You're not checking out of life. You're checking out of illusions. You're detaching, not out of apathy, but out of alignment. The things that once fed your ego, the roles that gave you a sense of identity, the metrics that defined your worth, they no longer match your frequency. They were scaffolding, meant to hold you up temporarily, but your soul no longer needs to lean on them. Still, this shift can carry guilt like a shadow. You may feel bad for not replying to that text message, for skipping yet another networking event, for dreading small talk with people who no longer feel like home. And sometimes you try to fake interest just to avoid conflict, to keep peace with co-workers, to fit in at the dinner table. But have you noticed how exhausting that performance has become? It's not laziness, it's your spirit craving something real, something holy, something that stretches beyond survival and status. Psalm 42:7 says, "Deep calls to deep in the roar of your waterfalls." What if that discomfort is the sound of your soul calling to something deeper, something eternal? Even Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel Peace Prize-winning activist, once admitted that her drive wasn't rooted in fame or praise. "I don't want to be thought of as the girl who was shot by the Taliban," she said, "but as the girl who fought for education." Her soul craved something beyond survival, a legacy rooted in truth, not image. Isn't that what your soul is whispering now? Let me tell you about Jonah, a successful real estate investor from Lisbon. Just a year ago, he thrived on constant deals, luxury cars, and the adrenaline of high-stakes negotiation. But over time, he felt strangely numb. The deals got bigger, but the excitement shrank. One night, while hosting a lavish dinner, he quietly stepped away, sat on the balcony, and wept. Not because anything was wrong, but because nothing felt right anymore. Within weeks, he sold half his portfolio and opened a small retreat center for weary entrepreneurs seeking purpose. He had traded noise for meaning. Like a tree that begins to drop its leaves before winter, your detachment is natural. It may look like loss, but it's preparation for deeper rooting. You're not being cold, you're becoming clear. What once inflated your image now starves your essence. And no matter how hard you try to suppress it, the craving won't leave. It grows, it matures, it begins to hunger not for things, but for presence, not for status, but for significance. And once it awakens, it cannot be silenced. So if your joy feels quieter now, if your interests have changed, if your energy avoids crowds and longs for silence, don't panic. You are not disappearing. You are reappearing in your truest, most sacred form. You begin to hunger for something deeper, something pure, not the applause of the crowd, not the metrics of success, not the shiny snapshots of life curated for others to see. You begin to long for truth, stillness, connection, and divine purpose. The kind of meaning that can't be posted, liked, shared, or tracked. These desires don't shout, they whisper, and they often come when everything else starts to feel hollow. In this phase, many chosen ones describe a strange sense of being lost. But you're not lost because you're failing. You're lost because you've finally stopped lying to yourself. You're no longer masking the ache with distractions. You've unplugged from the loop of scrolling, comparing, and performing. You've broken the addiction to validation, and now silence has taken its place. But that silence isn't emptiness, it's sacred space. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." That stillness is not passive, it's preparation. It's the pause between who you were and who you are becoming. Can you feel it? That breathless moment before the seed breaks open, when nothing seems to move, but everything is shifting beneath the soil. That's where you are now. This quiet clearing inside you is holy. It may feel like nothing's happening. It may feel like boredom, confusion, or detachment, but it is in this very stillness that God begins to whisper the next instructions. Not in thunder, but in a whisper, like he did with Elijah in the cave. 1 Kings 19:12. Even Albert Einstein, known for science more than spirit, once said, "A quiet and modest life brings more joy than a pursuit of success bound with constant unrest." That truth echoes louder today than ever. What if joy has been buried beneath performance all along? Let me tell you about Mirabelle, a creative director from Cape Town. She once lived for the thrill of magazine covers, trending campaigns, and cocktail parties with influencers. But one day, in the middle of a photo shoot, she found herself staring at the backdrop, oceans, mountains, sky, and she felt nothing. Not awe, not excitement, just silence. That night, she sat in her apartment and deleted every social app from her phone. "It was like I was finally hearing myself again," she said later. Today, she teaches young women art therapy and helps them create without posting a single image online. Your soul is withdrawing, not because it's tired, but because it's ready. Ready to be fed by what is true, not what is trendy. And though you may not know exactly what your higher purpose is just yet, don't be alarmed. You're standing in the holy in-between. The soil has been cleared, the old weeds pulled out, and heaven is about to plant something that grows eternally. So, if nothing excites you anymore, if the game feels pointless and the rewards no longer sparkle, don't panic. You're not broken. You're just done playing a game you were never designed to win, because your soul was never called to compete. It was called to awaken. As you approach the final threshold of your awakening, don't be surprised when emotional intensity surges like a tidal wave. One moment, you're weeping over a childhood song you haven't heard in years. The next, a wave of rage hits you out of nowhere. Rage that feels ancient, almost unfamiliar. You might sit in your room feeling everything at once, then nothing at all. But no, you're not losing your mind. You're entering a sacred purge. These waves aren't random. They're not mood swings to be medicated or suppressed. They're part of your spiritual cleansing, a divine unraveling of energies that have been buried inside you, waiting for this moment to rise. Your emotional body is not just reacting to this lifetime, it's releasing residual energy from past chapters, past timelines, and even from your ancestral lineage. Pain that was never processed, guilt you didn't realize you inherited, grief that was never fully grieved. It's all rising now, not to destroy you, but to liberate you. Have you felt it lately? Like you're crying for someone else's story, or like there's a wound in you that doesn't quite belong to your memory? Could it be that you're carrying more than your own history? The Bible speaks of this sacred release in Psalm 56, verse 8. "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." Your tears are not wasted. They are divine data, heaven's record of your becoming. Think of it like energetic vomiting, unpleasant, even painful, but deeply necessary. Just as the body expels what it cannot digest, Your soul is purging the density it can no longer carry. You're making room for expansion, for upgrade, for a new frequency of truth. Even celebrated actor and activist Viola Davis has spoken of this process. In her memoir, Finding Me, she reveals that years of rage and grief were not signs of weakness, but signs that she was finally touching truth. "My rage had value," she wrote. It was the voice of every little girl who had never been heard. Can you see now that your intensity is not a flaw? It's a revelation. Let me tell you about Kian, a quiet painter from Manila. For years he was known for his serene landscapes, but during his awakening he couldn't pick up a brush without crying. He snapped at strangers. He avoided everyone. One evening he painted a storm instead of a sunset, his first time using black in over a decade. And when he finished, he collapsed and prayed like never before. It was as if every hidden wound had finally spoken through his hands. That storm became his most celebrated work and the beginning of a new spiritual calling. Jesus himself knew emotional waves. In John 11:35, we read the shortest and most profound verse. Jesus wept, not because he lacked strength, but because divine compassion demanded honest expression. Your tears are not weakness. They are a form of power that no enemy can imitate. So when the intensity comes, when anger shakes you, when sadness drowns you, when joy pierces your chest without warning, don't run, don't judge, honor it, sit with it like a sacred guest. Let the emotion speak before it passes. Your anger is telling you where a boundary was broken. Your tears are telling you what still needs to be loved. And your soul is telling you, we are getting closer. This intensity means your inner world is no longer numb. It's becoming honest, raw, and powerful. And that is the greatest evidence that you are not just awakening, you are transforming. These sudden emotional spikes, waves of joy followed by tears, bursts of clarity interrupted by confusion, are not signs of instability. They are signs of rewiring. Your heart is being tuned to a new frequency, one that the average person cannot hear or carry. You're not breaking down, you're breaking open. All the filters that used to protect you, emotional walls, coping habits, the need to stay strong, are being peeled away. Why? Because God is restoring your sensitivity, not as a weakness, but as a weapon. Have you noticed how your emotions no longer respond to logic? How tears come without warning, or how joy explodes in the middle of silence? This isn't chaos, it's calibration. You're beginning to feel in the spirit, not just in the body. As it says in Ezekiel 36:26, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. That is what's happening now. The hard heart of survival is being replaced with a sacred one, soft enough to receive God's presence, strong enough to carry his purpose. And with this new heart comes new consequences. Suddenly, people begin fading from your life. Old friends, once so connected, now feel foreign. Conversations that used to flow are now forced. Messages go unanswered. Invitations stop coming. And without explanation, the ones you loved feel distant. As if some invisible fog has settled between you. Your first instinct may be to blame yourself. Did I offend them? Am I withdrawing too much? Did I change too quickly? But what if none of that is true? What if you didn't shrink? They simply can't breathe in the new atmosphere you now live in? Let me tell you about Frida Kahlo, the iconic Mexican painter known for her bold, emotionally raw artwork. After a tragic accident nearly ended her life, she became isolated, her relationships strained. Even her husband could not always understand her pain. But it was in that solitude that her most powerful art emerged. She once wrote, I paint flowers so they will not die. When others faded, her calling came into full bloom. You too are blooming in the dark. There's also Adrian, a man I met who used to lead a high-level tech team in Singapore. He had friends everywhere, social invites every weekend. But after a silent retreat in Bali, something shifted. He couldn't go back to shallow laughter and empty talk. People called him distant. Some said he had changed too much, and maybe he had. But in that space of separation, he began writing devotionals for men struggling with anxiety. And today, his words are reaching thousands around the world. Why does this always happen before the final awakening? Because spiritual sovereignty cannot be restored while you're still managing everyone else's expectations. Separation is often the last step before elevation. In 2 Corinthians 6:17, God says, "Come out from among them and be separate, says the Lord. Touch no unclean thing, and I will receive you." This isn't about arrogance, it's about assignment. Not everyone can go where God is sending you. Imagine a snake shedding its skin. The old layer doesn't fall away all at once. It peels slowly, painfully. But if the snake clings to it, infection comes. If it lets go, it grows. In the same way, these relationships aren't ending because of failure. They're dissolving because of expansion. Have you ever stood in a room full of people and still felt completely alone? That's not loneliness. It's spiritual altitude. You're no longer grounded in the same emotional terrain as before. Your soul has ascended, and not everyone around you is willing or able to rise with you. So when silence surrounds you and old ties fall away, remember, it's not rejection, it's redirection. You didn't outgrow them in arrogance, you outgrew their frequency in obedience. This journey you're on is not about ego. It's not about thinking you're better or more evolved than those around you. It's about alignment. As your soul rises toward its final awakening, it begins releasing what no longer resonates, gently shedding energetic contracts that have served their purpose. You're not pushing people away. You're simply no longer vibrating at the same frequency. Have you ever noticed how certain relationships just fade? Not in anger, not in drama, but in silence. Some people were never meant to walk with you forever. Their role in your story had a divine expiration date. They were chapters, not the ending. Their time with you was sacred, but temporary. The Bible speaks to this in Ecclesiastes 3:1. To everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. That includes relationships. Some were sent for the season of struggle. Some came to help you transition. And now, as you ascend, the universe, God Himself, is making room for what's next. But it's not always easy, is it? It hurts in a way you can't explain. Because some of these people weren't just acquaintances. They were your home. They knew your laughter and your tears. Letting go feels like letting go of yourself. But if you tune in past the pain, past the echo of what was, you'll begin to hear it. A still, sacred silence whispering, they were part of your awakening, not your destiny. One of the most beloved spiritual leaders of the modern world, Pope John Paul II, spoke of this quiet separation when he said, "Do not abandon yourselves to despair. We are the Easter people, and hallelujah is our song." Even he, a man followed by millions, understood the loneliness of divine elevation. He lost friends during his rise in the church, not because of betrayal, but because his calling took him to heights others were not assigned to climb. There's also Talia, a woman I once knew who lived in a small coastal town in Italy. For years she shared her life with a childhood friend who knew everything about her, dreams, heartbreaks, fears. But when Talia began having vivid visions and an unshakable pull toward healing work, their bond cracked. Her friend couldn't accept the change. The phone calls slowed, then stopped. And though Talia mourned, she later found herself surrounded by a new circle. People who spoke the same spiritual language. People who challenged her to rise instead of asking her to shrink. Like trees in autumn, you are shedding what's already fulfilled its season. The leaves fall not because they are dead, but because they must make room for the next cycle of growth. Can you feel it? That ache in your chest is not just grief. It's sacred space being carved for someone new, for soul family, for mentors, for guides who are already being pulled toward your new vibration. You are becoming a mirror for others who are awakening too. And just like you, they've been wandering, waiting, praying for someone who understands them at this higher frequency. They're coming, but they cannot arrive if you keep clinging to what's already been released. Jesus himself demonstrated this truth. When he was transfigured on the mountain, only Peter, James, and John were invited, not because the others weren't loved, but because the experience required alignment. As it says in Matthew 17, the others weren't rejected, they simply weren't chosen for that moment. So, breathe, release the guilt, let the past be holy, but don't drag it into a future it was never designed to enter. Some people cannot walk with you into the light, not because they are wrong, but because their path diverges from yours. And that's okay, because those who are meant to stay will stay, and those meant to arrive will find you effortlessly. By this stage of your awakening, the universe is no longer subtle. The whispers have turned into divine echoes, loud, insistent, unmistakable. But here's the mystery. It's not always in words. Sometimes it's numbers. Sometimes it's sound. Sometimes it's an image in a dream that refuses to fade with the morning light. Have you begun noticing repeating numbers 1111, 333, 555 on receipts, clocks, street signs? Or do certain songs seem to play at the perfect moment, with lyrics that feel like they were written just for you? Have you awakened from a dream so vivid that your body reacted as if it truly happened? These are not random glitches in your mind. These are activation codes, divine breadcrumbs leading you back to your true self. The prophet Joel wrote, "And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions." Joel 2:28. That prophecy is alive inside you right now. The dreams, the signs, the symbols, they're all part of a language heaven uses to awaken those it has chosen. You're not just seeing patterns, you're receiving spiritual communication that transcends human language. This happened to Nikola Tesla, the brilliant inventor and visionary. Known for his connection to unseen realms of thought, he once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Tesla was not just referring to science, he was describing the very experience you are now undergoing, when reality begins to speak in code and your spirit starts to understand it. Let me tell you about Lena, a woman from the Netherlands who worked as a travel agent. She had no previous spiritual training. One day, after weeks of seeing 444 on every device and dreaming of ancient temples she had never studied, she finally asked God, "What are you showing me?" That very night, she received a dream so clear it felt more real than her waking life. She was teaching people under a tree, guiding them in prayer. Weeks later, she left her job, trained in intercessory ministry, and now leads healing retreats across Europe. The numbers weren't just signs, they were signals. They activated her purpose. Sometimes these messages don't come through dreams or numbers, but through art, nature, or strangers who say something that shakes your soul. Isn't it strange how one phrase from a movie or a passing lyric can trigger an awakening? That's not entertainment. That's encounter. Picture a forest after rainfall. Every leaf glistens, every sound is amplified, every color richer. That's what your soul is experiencing now, an amplified version of reality, where everything speaks, everything vibrates with a deeper meaning. The veil is thinner, your senses are sharper, and the spirit is speaking louder. And yes, it may feel overwhelming. The visions, the signs, the flood of meaning behind what used to feel mundane. But that overwhelm is sacred. It means your spirit is catching up to its assignment. You are decoding the reality God has hidden for you, not from you. Have you paused to wonder, what are these signs trying to prepare you for? You are not losing your grip on the world. You are gaining access to heaven's blueprint. Each symbol, each dream, each repeated number is another step into your next dimension. So when the next coincidence shows up, don't dismiss it. Don't rationalize it away. Pay attention. You're being activated, awakened, and called. Loudly, clearly. Now, at this sacred point in your transformation, something extraordinary begins to occur. Your higher self, the eternal divine essence within you, is finally bridging the gap between the physical and the energetic. Your spirit, no longer confined to logic or form, begins to speak the language of heaven. Suddenly, signs, synchronicities, and symbolic patterns start appearing faster than your mind can logically process. One after another. Not just coincidences, but divine choreography. Have you ever thought of someone and moments later they text you, or had a sudden internal message, words not spoken aloud, but resounding with clarity, drop into your spirit like lightning? These aren't passing thoughts. These are awakenings, and they're increasing for a reason. You may find yourself getting chills when reading something profound, as if the truth within those words has unlocked something ancient inside you. Or perhaps you felt a presence, warm, familiar, watching you, not with judgment but with protection. These aren't fragments of imagination. These are your clear senses coming online. In 1 Kings 19, the prophet Elijah stood on the mountain waiting for God to speak. There was a powerful wind, then an earthquake, and then fire, but God was not in those. Then came a still small voice, and that's where Elijah found him. 1 Kings 19:11 through 12. That stillness, that quiet sense of knowing, that's what you're starting to hear now. The whisper of heaven within your spirit. And no, it won't always make sense to others, but it will feel undeniably real to you. That's because you're not learning with your brain, you're remembering with your soul. This is what happened to Clarissa Pinkola Estes, the Jungian psychoanalyst and author of Women Who Run with the Wolves. Known for her spiritual depth and dream work, she often spoke about inner knowing that defies logic. She once said, "If you have ever been moved by a story, you have been touched by the wild, God's soul within you." She understood that God doesn't always speak in sentences. He speaks through symbols, senses, dreams, and sudden tears. Let me share a story of Idris, a quiet man from Morocco who spent years working as a train conductor. One day, during a routine route through the desert, he began seeing the same hawk flying alongside the train, day after day. He dismissed it, until one night he dreamt of the hawk turning into a man who said, "The track is not your calling." A month later, Idris left his job and began leading nature-based retreats for spiritual seekers. That hawk wasn't just a bird. It was a symbol. And Idris had finally learned how to listen. You're now learning the same thing, because heaven doesn't speak English. The Spirit's language is not one of grammar or logic. It is made of patterns, frequencies, emotions, and encoded signs that bypass the mind and strike the soul. It may be a feather where it shouldn't be, a melody that stirs tears, a glance from a stranger that feels like a message. You feel them. You know they matter, even when you can't explain why. Jesus said, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." Matthew 11:15. Those ears aren't just physical, they are spiritual, what Scripture calls discernment. And yours are now opening. Clairvoyance, spiritual sight; clairsentience, spiritual feeling; claircognizance, spiritual knowing. These are not mystical tricks. They are sacred tools given to those whose spirits are being readied for a higher purpose. Have you ever walked into a room and felt something shift, though nothing was said? That's your spirit reading the unseen. Have you heard a thought in your mind and known with certainty it didn't originate from you? That's spiritual perception taking root. This isn't about being special, it's about being aligned. You are becoming fluent in heaven's dialect. And now that you're listening, the universe, no, the Creator, is speaking to you more clearly than ever. The final symptom isn't loud. It doesn't burst in with visions or shake your senses with signs. No, this one arrives like a whisper in a cathedral. It's quiet, profound, sacred, and yet, somehow, it is the most powerful sign of all. It shows up in those hushed moments when nothing is happening, right before sleep, during a walk while staring at the sky. No words, no flashing lights, just a deep, unshakable feeling in your gut. Something is coming. You can't explain it, and you don't know what it is. You couldn't name it even if you tried. But it lives inside your bones now. It moves through your breath. Have you felt it? That sudden pause where everything within you stands still, yet the world keeps turning. That feeling that you're not just waiting for something, you're being prepared for it. The Bible calls this kind of knowing the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding. Philippians 4:7. It doesn't come from logic, it doesn't come from plans. It's a spiritual stillness that says, be ready. Something eternal is about to be born through you. In these moments, your soul begins to sense its divine assignment, not fully revealed yet, but already unfolding. It's like standing on the edge of a stage, curtain drawn, knowing your scene is next. You can't see the audience, you don't have the script, but you feel the weight of the moment, and you know you were born for it. Albert Einstein, one of the most brilliant minds in history, once said, "The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious." Though known for physics, Einstein often spoke of the unseen, of that subtle force behind creation. He called it awe. You now carry that same awe, not toward science, but toward your purpose, and you are not alone. Let me tell you about Sarai, a nurse in Johannesburg. One day, after finishing her night shift, she stood outside watching the sunrise. No words, no angels, just silence and tears. She didn't know why she was crying, only that something bigger than her job, bigger than her life, was about to begin. A month later, she was offered a role in a refugee clinic in a war-torn region she'd never considered. She said yes, and today she calls that sunrise moment the hour her soul remembered its mission. This feeling is not meant to be explained. It is meant to be trusted. Like a butterfly just moments before emerging from the cocoon, you may not yet see your wings, but your soul already knows they're there. You're not walking in confusion anymore. You're walking in faith without sight, the very essence of spiritual maturity. As Hebrews 11:1 reminds us, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And yes, others may question you. Some may think you're drifting, unsure, or disconnected from reality. But you're not lost. You're being led by something deeper, wiser, and infinitely more real than anything they can measure. Doesn't it feel like your life is lining up in invisible ways? Like moments from your past are suddenly connecting like puzzle pieces. That's not random. That's your soul aligning with its divine assignment. Even without clarity, you're no longer afraid of the unknown, because somewhere deep inside you know the unknown is sacred ground. So breathe into the quiet, lean into the stillness. Don't rush to define it. Don't demand understanding. Let it expand, because what you're feeling now is the calm before the calling. This is the point where something sacred begins to shift deep within you. Without fanfare or announcement, your ego starts to soften. The walls you built around your identity, your expectations, your definitions of success, they begin to melt. You no longer feel the need to grip so tightly. Your attachments loosen, not because you've stopped caring, but because you're finally learning to trust. Trust in divine timing. Trust in unseen guidance. Trust in the slow unfolding of a story greater than your own plans. There's a moment, often quiet and unnoticed, when you stop chasing what isn't meant for you, and instead you start aligning with what's already yours in heaven. What used to feel urgent now feels optional. What used to consume your thoughts now fades into the background. Why? Because something inside you is whispering with confidence. This is what you were born for. That voice, it's not your imagination. It's not wishful thinking. It's your spirit, activated, alive, remembering its assignment. And even if the picture is still incomplete, blurry around the edges, the inner clarity is undeniable. Paul wrote in Romans 8:16, "The Spirit himself bears witness with our spirit that we are children of God." That's what you're feeling now. Your own spirit is echoing what heaven has already declared. Have you noticed how you no longer panic in the unknown? How you're no longer triggered by delays? That's not indifference. That's spiritual maturity. That's your soul stepping into alignment with its higher design. Even legendary ballerina Misty Copeland, who broke boundaries as the first African-American principal dancer at the American Ballet Theatre, once said, "You can start late, look different, be uncertain, and still succeed." Her story didn't unfold through force. It unfolded through faith, through listening to that inner voice that said, "Keep going. You were made for this." Let me tell you about Caleb, a 37-year-old sound engineer from Toronto. For most of his life, he thought logic would lead him to success. But after a season of loss, he began waking up each morning with a strange calm. No visions, no thunder, just peace. And a voice within that kept repeating, "Build what you haven't seen yet." Today, he's the founder of a creative studio that helps trauma survivors express their healing journeys through music. He doesn't know how it all came together. He just knows he stopped chasing and started obeying that quiet inner rhythm. You are being drawn into that same rhythm now. Like the tides responding to the unseen pull of the moon, you are moving in sync with something larger, softer, and infinitely more powerful than ambition. You no longer have to shout to be heard by heaven. You only need to listen to the stillness, the nudges, the patterns that speak without words. And if you've experienced even a handful of these signs, emotional surges, time distortion, strange dreams, vivid synchronicities, the withdrawal from old relationships, and this quiet confidence rising inside, you're not losing yourself, you're waking up. You are not broken. You are not late. You are not imagining things. You are simply rising into the fullness of what you were always meant to become. The path you're walking, the path of a chosen one, is not easy, and it was never meant to be glamorous. It doesn't come with applause or a spotlight. It comes with fire, with stripping, with soul-deep discomfort that most people spend their whole lives avoiding. But you were never called to avoid it. You were called to walk through it. Why? Because only through the breaking can the true self emerge. What's happening to you right now, the inner chaos, the unraveling, the emotional turbulence, it isn't a punishment. It's a purification. You're not falling apart. You're falling into place. Jesus himself said in John 12:24, "Unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit." You are that seed. And right now, you're in the soil, buried, unseen, in darkness. But don't be fooled by what it looks like. In that dark, sacred space, the roots of your true identity are taking hold. You're not here to mimic the masses. You're here to break the pattern, the generational curses, the silence, the fear, the emotional breakdowns you're facing, the strange signals and shifts in your body, the aching loneliness, even in a crowded room. These aren't signs that God has left you. They're the contractions before your soul gives birth to its original calling. Martin Luther King Jr., the civil rights leader whose legacy shaped the course of history, once said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." And that's exactly where you are now, standing in the storm, not because you failed, but because your emergence demands the storm. I'll tell you about Maela, a single mother in Brazil who began to feel her entire life unravel after losing her job. She thought it was the end, but something within her, an unexplainable pull, began to guide her toward the broken women in her neighborhood. She started hosting gatherings on her porch where women cried, prayed, and rebuilt each other. She had no platform, no title, but in that unraveling she discovered her purpose. Today, she runs a community center that helps over 200 families a month. The final awakening isn't a one-time lightning strike. It's a slow unfolding, a series of divine confrontations that force you to surrender what you thought life was supposed to be, so you can rise into what it was always destined to become. Can you sense that happening in your own story right now? Like a volcano that first trembles before erupting, your soul is shifting from deep within. You are being formed, not by pressure to be perfect, but by your willingness to be real. That's what this world is desperate for. Not perfection, but authenticity wrapped in courage. You're not becoming someone new. You're remembering who you always were beneath the noise, beneath the conditioning, beneath the fear. So if your world feels upside down right now, if nothing seems certain and the familiar is slipping through your fingers, good. That means the shaking has begun. That means heaven is near. That means you are almost there. Because what's coming is not the end. It's the beginning of you, the version of you this planet has been waiting to meet. You've made it this far. That alone is no small thing. If even one of these signs has stirred something in you, if your heart pounded, if your eyes welled with tears, if the quiet voice inside whispered, "This is me," then know this: you are not alone. You are not crazy. You are not broken. You are awakening. The pain, the silence, the supernatural signals, the shifting relationships, the inner knowing, the surrender, none of it has been wasted. Every tear has watered your becoming. Every storm has prepared your soil. Every moment of isolation was heaven's way of pulling you aside to whisper secrets that the crowd would never understand. So don't give up. Don't look back. You are closer than you've ever been. If this message spoke to you, type 777 in the comments as a sign that you're ready to step into your divine assignment. Let others see you. Let heaven see you. Your agreement matters. To those of you who have supported this mission through super thanks, I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Your gift isn't just generosity, it's alignment. And whether you've given or simply shown up to listen, I bless you for being part of this sacred space. If you believe more souls need to hear this, like this video, share it, and subscribe to walk this journey with us. This is not just content. This is calling. And the more we walk together, the more powerful this awakening becomes. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to be a light in dark places. And now, your light is rising. May God keep you. May His face shine upon you. And may every sign that's been stirring in your soul become the confirmation you've been waiting for. You're not just waking up. You're becoming who you were always meant to be. Dear chosen ones, have you ever looked into someone's eyes and felt something you couldn't explain? Not attraction, not curiosity, something far deeper, a sense of peace, a wave of recognition, a quiet but powerful pull in your spirit. What if I told you that moment wasn't random? What if your soul was responding to something divine hidden behind that gaze? Today, we're going to talk about something most people overlook. Yet once you see it, you'll never be able to unsee it again. The special spiritual marks in the eyes of God's chosen ones. But before we dive deep, let me take a moment to thank every single one of you who has supported this message through Super Thanks. Whether you've given once, many times, or simply prayed for us, your generosity makes it possible for us to keep releasing these divine revelations to those who are hungry for truth. And to those who haven't given but are still faithfully watching, liking, commenting and sharing, please know this: we are deeply grateful for you too. Your presence here is already a blessing. Now let me ask you, have you ever felt a strange connection with someone even before they said a word? Has a stranger's gaze ever stopped you in your tracks, made you feel known, safe, or even convicted? Why is it that some people seem to carry an invisible presence just through their eyes? Is it possible that you're one of them and just haven't realized it yet? My beloved, it's no accident that you're watching this video right now. You didn't stumble here. God guided you. And what we're about to explore will open your spiritual eyes in a way that may shift the way you interact with everyone around you. Because what I'm going to reveal are not simply theories or metaphors. These are real patterns I've observed across years of ministry. And every time I encounter someone with these divine marks in their eyes, something in my spirit recognizes it. And I know that many of you watching have encountered it too, but perhaps you didn't have the language to explain it until now. Just last week, something happened that confirmed all of this once again. I was sitting in a cafe, waiting for a friend, when a woman I had never seen before approached me. She said nothing at first, just looked at me. And in that moment I knew her eyes carried that unmistakable presence. A light that wasn't of this world. And when she finally spoke, she said something that stunned me. God sent me to you today. She was right. We had a message for each other, a divine exchange, and all of it began, not with words, not with introductions, but with a look, a sacred encounter through the eyes. That's when I remembered what Jesus said in Matthew 6:22. The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. He wasn't talking only about physical vision. He was revealing a spiritual truth. Our eyes are vessels of revelation, portals of presence. When someone is chosen, their eyes often become the first visible sign. Over the years, I've met people, young and old, poor and wealthy, quiet and bold, whose eyes carried something that set them apart. And slowly, I began to see the pattern. There are 3 primary marks that show up consistently in those chosen by God. These are not tied to personality or status. They're tied to divine identity. And today, I'm going to reveal all 3. But before we continue, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and that your notifications are turned on. Why? Because this is just the beginning. God has been downloading revelation after revelation to me, and the series is going to awaken something in you, something powerful, something sacred, and you don't want to miss what's coming next. Also, if you feel aligned with this message, take a moment and comment 999 below. It's our way of spiritually declaring, I'm ready to receive what heaven has for me. Now, a gentle warning. Once I share these 3 marks with you, your spiritual vision will shift. You'll begin to notice things in people you never noticed before. You'll start to feel something different during casual conversations. It's as if God will hand you a new set of spiritual lenses, and through them you'll begin to see, and not just people. You'll begin to see assignments, callings, and divine timing woven into everyday interactions. But here's what's even more beautiful. These marks aren't rare treasures reserved for the spiritual elite. They are signs of God's calling, and God is always calling, always choosing, always appointing His children for such a time as this. So the real question isn't, does this mark exist? The real question is, are you paying attention to it, and are you willing to walk in it? Chosen one, Open your eyes, not just physically, but spiritually, because what you're about to discover may just reveal more about yourself than you ever expected. And once you see it, you'll never see the world the same way again. God's chosen ones, 3 things your eyes reveal that few ever notice. The first mark in the eyes of God's chosen ones is not a physical feature, not something that can be explained by science or captured by a lens. It is something sacred, something that almost escapes definition. Yet, you know it when you see it. It's that unmistakable shine. And chosen one, if you've ever been told there's something different about your gaze, if strangers pause mid-sentence when locking eyes with you, if people say they feel calmer, safer, or more at peace just by your presence, it's not your imagination. That's a spiritual frequency radiating from within. Your eyes, without a single word spoken, are already preaching sermons, offering healing, and anchoring others in God's peace. But have you ever asked yourself, why do people seem drawn to me when I'm not even trying? Why do even my moments of silence feel loud with meaning? That chosen one is the first thing your eyes reveal, divine light. You've likely witnessed this light in others too. People who didn't shout or demand attention, but somehow stood out, even in a sea of faces. It wasn't their clothes, status, or charisma. It was something eternal. Think back, can you recall someone like that? Someone who made a lasting impression just with their eyes. You may not even remember their name, but their gaze never left you. That's because when someone carries divine light, your soul recognizes it, even if your mind can't yet explain it. That light is not taught, it's not forced, it's bestowed, and more often than not, it is first noticed in the eyes. A few days ago, I visited a hospital. The air was thick with fatigue and sorrow, as it often is in such places. But then came a nurse, masked like everyone else, and yet she didn't need to speak. Her eyes carried a stillness, a radiance that felt like peace in human form. I saw patients relax just by looking at her. That's when it hit me. She was carrying the unmistakable shine of one chosen by God. Isn't it powerful how presence alone can shift the energy of a place? Have you ever entered a room and noticed it brighten just because someone walked in? That's not charisma. That's divine anointing shining through the eyes. Scripture confirms this in 2 Corinthians 4:6. For God, who said, "Let light shine out of darkness," made his light shine in our hearts. What's inside your heart, chosen one, will overflow from your eyes. The reason this glow touches people so deeply is because it doesn't rely on emotions, mood, or circumstances. Have you ever been through trials, heartbreaks, or spiritual warfare, and yet people still tell you your presence comforts them? That's proof right there. Even in brokenness, God's light within you doesn't dim. Even when you're fighting your hardest battles, your eyes preach hope to someone else's storm. Why is that? Because God's light isn't performative, it's positional. It flows from who you are in Him. Consider Nelson Mandela. After spending 27 years in prison, most would expect bitterness or fatigue in a man's eyes. But when Mandela was finally released, people around the world remarked on how his eyes shone, not with anger, but with peace, wisdom, and resilience. That's the kind of light no circumstance can extinguish. Have you ever wondered why some people come out of affliction glowing rather than withering? Because trials refine God's gold. They don't ruin it. But be warned, not every light is real. In a world where people manufacture smiles and project false confidence, the real glow of God's chosen ones is impossible to imitate. It's not about fake positivity or spiritual cliches. Even Jesus wept. Even chosen ones get tired, but what remains constant is that quiet inner radiance, like a lamp that stays lit through storms. That's what sets you apart. That's what causes others to stop and stare, even if they don't understand why. That's what makes the devil nervous, even when you feel weak. You shine with the evidence of God's dwelling. Exodus 34:29 says, "When Moses came down from Mount Sinai, his face was radiant because he had spoken with the Lord." After being in God's presence, Moses literally glowed. And though you may not have come down a mountain, the same divine imprint lives in you. You don't need a veil like Moses did. God wants your light to be seen, not hidden, not for your glory, but so others may see him through you. So let me ask you this. Do your eyes reflect his glory or the world's weight? Do they inspire peace or spread pressure? Do they comfort or compete? We've also seen this divine glow in Malala Yousafzai. After surviving a brutal attack simply for advocating girls' education, her eyes still radiate purpose and clarity. She could have chosen fear, but instead she chose to let her light shine. Even as a teenager, her gaze had the depth of someone walking closely with destiny. Doesn't that remind you of yourself? Chosen one, even when you've been misunderstood, targeted or silenced, your light never flickered. Why? Because it's not your own. It's borrowed from eternity. If you've ever had someone tell you that they feel seen when you look at them, take that seriously. There's something sacred about how your gaze penetrates through superficial layers and touches the soul. That's not just empathy. That's prophetic sensitivity. You're reading the spirit of a person even before they speak. That's part of your calling. But with that power comes responsibility. Matthew 5:16 reminds us, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light is not for applause, it's for alignment. It's to direct others to the source, not to yourself. Another modern-day example is Fred Rogers. Yes, Mr. Rogers. People often said that when he looked into the camera, it felt like he was talking directly to them. That wasn't just television magic. That was spiritual sincerity. His eyes carried a gentleness that made people feel safe, loved, and unjudged. That's what happens when divine light is behind the gaze. Chosen one, your eyes might be doing the same thing to someone else right now. At your job, in your home, online. Are you aware of the impact your very gaze might be having? And here's something more to reflect on. Even if you haven't fully recognized this shine in yourself, that doesn't mean it's not there. Sometimes we grow so used to being the strong one that we forget the light we give off. Have you paused long enough lately to examine what others see in you? Maybe God's already activated your shine, and the only thing missing is your own recognition of it. The lamp is on, but are you aware you're glowing? Look at someone like Corrie ten Boom. She survived the Holocaust and still spoke of forgiveness and faith in the face of pure evil. Her words were powerful, yes, but it was her eyes, soft, unwavering, alive with mercy, that people remembered. Isn't that the ultimate power? To shine not because life is easy, but because God is with you. Finally, remember John 1:5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." That verse wasn't just written about the past, it's about you, right now. Your light is a threat to darkness. Your shine is a spiritual force. That's why some people are drawn to you, and others are strangely uncomfortable around you. Don't take it personally. Light exposes what shadows try to hide. So here's your gentle challenge. Over the next few days, pay close attention to people's eyes, not with suspicion, but with spiritual sensitivity. You'll begin to notice this unmistakable shine in strangers, friends, and perhaps most powerfully in your own reflection. And when you do, pause, give thanks. Say, "God, thank you for this gift. Let me use it well, because this shine isn't for performance, it's for purpose." You don't need to wear it like a crown. Just carry it like a torch. For someone else is walking through the dark, and your eyes might be the only light they see. Now breathe. You've just rediscovered a truth you've carried all along. The light is in you. Not because you earned it, but because God put it there. The second mark in the eyes of God's chosen ones is one that pierces far deeper than the surface. It is spiritual discernment. And if you've ever felt like you could see someone's pain before they spoke, if you've ever known the truth behind a smile or sensed a hidden storm beneath calm words, you may already carry this gift. But let's be honest, this ability is not always comfortable. In fact, it can feel isolating, even overwhelming. Why? Because you're not just observing emotions, you are spiritually perceiving what others overlook. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately sensed tension others couldn't detect? Has someone ever asked, "How did you know what I was going through?" That is not coincidence. That is divine insight. And chosen one, this gift wasn't randomly assigned. It was entrusted to you. In 1 Samuel 16:7 we're told, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." As a chosen one, you receive a portion of that divine sight, not to boast, but to build. It's as if God has handed you his spiritual glasses so that you might see not just what is happening, but why it is happening. But have you ever wondered why God would let you see things others are blind to? Why you seem to feel others' emotions before they even open up? That's not emotional sensitivity. That's holy discernment, and it has a purpose. Let me share a moment that made this crystal clear. During last week's church service, a young woman entered looking joyful, hair done, outfit perfect, her laughter echoing through the sanctuary. But when our eyes met, the Holy Spirit showed me something entirely different. Beneath that outward glow was sorrow so heavy it could barely be held. I didn't say a word at the time. After the service, she approached me and whispered, "Pastor, how did you know?" I didn't tell anyone. I hadn't known in the natural, but the Holy Spirit had revealed it. That's the mark of true discernment. And chosen one, if this resonates with you, ask yourself, how many times have you known without being told? This is the same depth of perception Jesus showed the Samaritan woman at the well in John 4. While others saw her as just another outcast, Jesus saw her truth. He revealed her pain, not to shame her, but to free her. Isn't that what discernment is for? Not to expose, but to deliver. Not to judge, but to heal. So here's a challenge. When God allows you to see someone's hidden wounds, what do you do with that knowledge? Do you speak life or silently condemn? One powerful example of this gift at work is Mother Teresa. She served in the poorest areas of Calcutta, where physical and emotional pain clung to every street, yet she didn't need a diagnosis to know who was hurting. With one glance, she could see past people's defenses. She once said, "If you judge people, you have no time to love them." Her eyes discerned suffering, but her hands delivered healing. That's the heart of discernment. Not just perception, but compassion in motion. Spiritual discernment is like an X-ray of the soul. It shows you what others miss. But with this gift comes great weight. God did not give it so you could announce someone's weakness. It's not to satisfy curiosity or spiritual pride. It's a holy tool to love more accurately, to support more effectively, and to intercede more powerfully. Have you ever sensed something was wrong with someone and felt a tug to pray instead of speak? That's discernment and compassion working together. And often, that silent prayer is more powerful than any conversation. In Matthew 9:36 it says, "When he saw the crowds, he had compassion on them because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd." Jesus didn't just see the crowds, he saw them. That's what chosen eyes do. They look at someone society ignores and perceive the cry beneath the surface. And this perception is often accompanied by the call to intercede. You don't just see the burden, you carry it in prayer. Discernment can show up unexpectedly. You could be in a meeting where everyone is laughing, and yet your spirit detects something's off. A family reunion, a classroom, a casual dinner, and suddenly your spirit is heavy. Why? Because you've picked up on a battle someone is too afraid to voice. And here's where wisdom is critical. This isn't the moment to call someone out. It's the moment to lean into the Holy Spirit, to ask, Lord, how do you want me to respond? Sometimes He leads you to say something. Other times He calls you to simply be present and pray. True discernment doesn't rush. It listens. Another example is Harriet Tubman, often called Moses for her leadership on the Underground Railroad. She wasn't just brave, she was spiritually guided. Tubman testified that God would give her visions and spiritual warnings. She would know when danger was near, when to reroute, when someone wasn't trustworthy. Her discernment didn't come from human logic. It came from divine direction, and through it she led hundreds to freedom. What could happen if you trusted that level of discernment in your life? Let's look deeper into how you might recognize this mark in yourself. Do people tend to open up to you without knowing why? Have you found yourself understanding the root of an issue even before the facts are shared? When someone tells a half-truth, does something in your spirit say, that's not the whole story? This isn't suspicion, it's spirit-led insight. And it comes with a dual purpose, to perceive and to love better. But with every gift comes responsibility. You're not just called to see, you're called to protect what you see with reverence. James 1:5 reminds us, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given him. Discernment without wisdom becomes judgment, but when paired with love and guidance from the Spirit, it becomes a ministry of healing. So if you feel unqualified for this gift, take heart. God does not call the perfect. He equips the willing. There's also the powerful story of Frederick Douglass. Before he became one of the most celebrated abolitionists in American history, he was enslaved, voiceless. But once free, he began discerning the spiritual rot behind slavery. Its manipulation, its religious misuse, its dehumanizing systems. He saw what many refused to see, and instead of turning bitter, he turned that vision into action, helping reshape the moral conscience of a nation. Discernment always comes with an assignment. This gift also comes with its own secret chamber, private burdens you can't share with anyone but God, and that's where intimacy with Him matters most, because discernment is not a once-in-a-while revelation. It's a daily conversation with the Holy Spirit. You'll often receive impressions during prayer, in dreams, or even in silence. It may feel like knowing too much, too soon, but trust this, God never reveals what He won't help you handle. When He shows you pain, He supplies the grace to carry it. 1 Kings 3:9 says, so give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. That was Solomon's request, and it pleased God. Why? Because discernment rooted in service and humility is always pleasing to the Lord. So ask Him. Say, Lord, give me eyes to see not for power, but for purpose. One final example is Princess Diana. Despite being in royal circles, she was known as the People's Princess because of her profound empathy. She once held an AIDS patient's hand when others recoiled. When she looked at someone, they felt seen, not judged. That's discernment wrapped in grace, and grace is what keeps discernment from turning into pride. So, chosen one, as you sit with this second mark, ask yourself, am I using this gift to restore or to rebuke, to elevate or to shame? Discernment without compassion is cruelty, but when powered by love, it becomes prophecy in motion. And if you've only just begun to realize this gift is active in you, Don't be afraid. God never gives without preparing the path. He will train your heart just as he trains your eyes. Before we explore the third and final mark, pause and reflect. How have you been stewarding this insight? Are you guarding what you see with prayer? Are you responding to the Holy Spirit's nudges or ignoring them? Are you asking for more intimacy so your discernment becomes even clearer? Because, chosen one, your ability to see beneath the surface is not a burden, it's a bridge. And many people will only find healing if someone like you dares to look beyond the smile and say, I see you, and I love you still. The third mark that radiates from the eyes of God's chosen ones transcends logic, language, and even the most eloquent explanation. It is not something that can be rehearsed, replicated, or intellectually dissected. It is divine magnetism, an invisible yet undeniable force that draws souls closer, not to you, but to the God within you. And chosen one, if you've ever felt people gravitate toward your presence without fully understanding why, if strangers feel compelled to confide in you, if children stare at you with wide-eyed wonder, or the elderly smile when you simply walk into a room, you may already be carrying this mark. Have you ever asked yourself, why do people open up to me when I've said nothing at all? That's the power of divine magnetism. It doesn't announce itself. It whispers through the soul, and its sound can only be heard in the spirit. Unlike worldly charisma, which can be polished and performed, divine magnetism comes not from personality, but from presence. A presence cultivated in the secret place, refined in the fire of suffering, and poured out through the eyes like oil. It is the living presence of God flowing through your gaze. And when that divine current passes through your eyes, people feel seen, heard, and loved, often without you needing to say a word. That's not coincidence. That's the spiritual frequency of heaven expressing itself through you. I witnessed this not long ago in a hospital ward. An elderly man, terminally ill, was panicked beyond measure. No medication could soothe him. His body fought against the restraints. Doctors were perplexed. Nurses were exhausted. Then one nurse entered. Not the most experienced, not the most senior, but she walked in with stillness. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't quote scripture. She simply held the man's hand and looked into his eyes. Within minutes, the room changed. The man calmed down. His breathing softened. The violent panic melted into peace. The doctors were speechless, but those with spiritual eyes knew divine magnetism had entered the room. Have you ever calmed a storm without realizing you were the peace someone needed? This gift is not just in the hospital. It shows up on public benches, in grocery store lines, in elevators, on late-night phone calls. You could be lost in thought on a park bench, and a stranger sits beside you and suddenly unburdens their soul. They don't know why they feel safe with you, but they do. It's because, chosen one, your presence hosts something eternal. Like David before Goliath, you carry a quiet confidence born not of yourself, but of the God you walk with. 1 Samuel 17:37 reminds us, "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." That kind of confidence shines through the eyes. When others see fear, you see victory. That is magnetism born from divine intimacy. Think of David, a young shepherd untrained in the arts of war, yet soldiers twice his size followed him into battle. Why? Not because of his muscles or resume, but because of the anointing that saturated his gaze. His eyes had already witnessed private victories. His soul had already been molded in the fields with God. And when he stepped into public battles, that same authority drew others in. Divine magnetism is the echo of private intimacy made visible through the eyes. When you've been with God, you carry him with you, and people feel it, even if they don't understand it. We see this same presence in Desmond Tutu. The South African bishop was not physically imposing, yet when he entered a room, peace followed. His eyes, kind yet piercing, could silence chaos. People of every background felt seen in his presence. That was not political savvy. That was divine magnetism, cultivated through deep spiritual intimacy and a lifetime of standing for justice through the lens of compassion. Have you ever noticed that some of the most spiritually magnetic people rarely have to speak? Their silence carries more conviction than others' speeches. Isaiah 61 says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That verse isn't a metaphor, it's a reality for those walking in divine purpose. When your eyes radiate God's glory, you become a light in the darkness, one that doesn't glare, but gently glows, drawing others closer to the source of all light. One of the most beautiful truths about divine magnetism is that it transcends all barriers. Cultural differences fade, language ceases to matter, generational divides dissolve. Why? Because the Spirit recognizes the Spirit. Children instinctively cling to the robes of those who carry it. The elderly weep in the presence of its comfort. The broken find peace without explanation. Divine magnetism bypasses logic and speaks directly to the soul. Princess Diana is another example of this grace in action. Though royalty, it wasn't her title that drew the masses. It was her eyes. Her compassion was not staged. She often broke protocol to hold the sick and embrace the shamed. Why? Because her gaze saw more than what was expected. It saw what was needed. She drew people in, not with fanfare, but with presence. That's magnetism with a mission: to heal, to honor, to uplift. But here's where the chosen must be vigilant. This magnetism is not meant to exalt the self. It's not a tool for influence. It's a call to serve. Matthew 23:11 says, "The greatest among you will be your servant." The more magnetism you carry, the more humility is required. This is not about being admired. It's about being available. You are not a spectacle. You are a sanctuary. And when people enter your presence, they should feel the comfort of entering sacred space. This gift grows stronger, not in applause, but in adversity. The more pain you endure, the more your gaze is softened by heaven's perspective. And paradoxically, it's in your brokenness that others find safety. Have you noticed that people feel most at peace around you when you're not even trying? That's because divine magnetism isn't something you do. It's something you become. 2 Corinthians 12:9 declares, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Chosen one, the magnetism in your eyes is not diminished by your struggles. It's deepened. Every tear you've cried, every night you've spent in prayer, every valley you've walked through, those are the things that make your eyes trustworthy. People don't need perfect, they need present. And your eyes, shaped by God's grace, offer exactly that. Consider Fred Rogers, known by millions as Mr. Rogers. He wasn't a global leader or high-profile activist, yet his presence alone calmed children and adults alike. Why? Because his gaze reflected deep inner peace. His eyes said, "You are loved. You are safe. You are seen." He didn't demand attention, he simply offered sanctuary. And isn't that what divine magnetism is all about? So now you must ask yourself, what flows through your gaze? Do people feel judged or loved? Do they feel tension or peace? Do they sense manipulation or gentleness? Because when your eyes become a window for God's presence, they must reflect His nature, tender, healing, strong, and steady. Divine magnetism isn't about pulling people toward you, it's about leading them toward Him. John 7:38 reminds us, "Whoever believes in me, as Scripture has said, rivers of living water will flow from within them." Those rivers often flow through the eyes, quietly, steadily. healing everything they touch. Your gaze, chosen one, is not just a passive reflection, it's an active channel of heaven on earth. As we bring this third mark into full view, let it settle in your spirit. You are not magnetic by chance. You are magnetic by design. God didn't give you this gift to collect people. He gave it to you to connect to them, to their purpose, their healing, and most importantly, to Him. And while this gift may remain unseen by the world, it will never go unnoticed by heaven. So as you walk forward, don't minimize your quiet impact. Don't dismiss how your glance can soothe a soul. Don't underestimate the healing released through a single gaze. Divine magnetism doesn't roar, it whispers. And the soul knows how to listen. Chosen one, if your heart stirred even slightly while hearing about divine magnetism, if memories surfaced of individuals in your life who seemed to carry this extraordinary presence, or if you caught yourself wondering whether you, too, possess this sacred mark, then understand this. You are not imagining it. You are discerning it. And yes, perhaps that divine magnetism lives within you more than you realize. But before you doubt, before you dismiss yourself as unworthy or unready, let's go deeper. This gift is not given to build personal empires or attract admiration. It is given so that through your very presence, others might encounter the living love of Christ. Have you ever felt that your silence speaks louder than your words? That people are moved by your gaze more than by your eloquence? That when you look at someone, they seem to unravel or find comfort without explanation? That is not by chance. That is spiritual authority operating in quiet humility. Divine magnetism does not demand attention, it redirects it. It is not designed to elevate you, but to elevate truth. It is not for collecting followers, but for awakening souls. Think about Jesus and Peter. After Peter denied Christ 3 times, imagine the shame, the heartbreak, the fear crashing inside his spirit. But Jesus didn't scold him. He didn't humiliate him. In Luke 22:61, we read, "The Lord turned and looked straight at Peter." That was it, a look. One divine glance that carried every ounce of grace, correction, and love needed to restore a broken disciple. Have you ever had a moment like that when no one spoke, yet your soul knew exactly what was being said? That's divine magnetism at work. And yes, chosen one, that same power now resides in you. We also see this quiet force in Martin Luther King Jr. His speeches stirred millions, but even more powerful was the energy he carried in person. Those who stood near him testified that they could feel the presence of something higher. His eyes revealed both sorrow and hope, clarity and compassion. They didn't draw people to him, they drew people to the cause of justice, to the higher moral calling of Christ-like love. Isn't that what this gift is for? To call people not to us, but to Him. This magnetism operates not in ego, but in sacrifice, not in performance, but in purity. Romans 12:1 calls us to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. That's what divine magnetism flows from, a life that's already laid down. You don't need perfect words, you need a surrendered heart. And when your heart is His, your eyes become His mirrors. People see something in you they can't quite name, but their soul recognizes it as home. But let's be clear, this is not a burden. These marks God gives are not weights on your back, they are seals on your soul. When He marks your eyes with spiritual authority, He is not exhausting you, He is elevating you. He's entrusting you. Can you feel the difference? These are not heavy labels, they are divine endorsements. When the King of Kings puts His seal on you, it's not just a personal honor, it's a spiritual appointment. And like Moses, whose face glowed after being in the presence of the Almighty, you too now carry a radiance, not physical, but spiritual. Exodus 34:35 reminds us the Israelites would see the face of Moses, that his face was radiant. Today, that radiance is not limited to skin, it shines from your eyes. Consider the story of Corrie ten Boom, a woman who survived the horrors of a concentration camp. After the war, she chose forgiveness instead of vengeance. People said her eyes glowed when she spoke of Christ. Her magnetism didn't come from her past, it came from her posture of love, grace, and surrender. She became a living bridge between heaven and the hurting. That's what God is doing with you, chosen one. He is forming you into a vessel that carries light without saying a word. And let's not forget, God is still marking people today. Right now, as you read this, somewhere in the world, a child is looking into the mirror and unknowingly receiving the first flicker of divine recognition in their eyes. Someone in a remote village is praying and being marked. Someone in a prison cell is repenting and being sealed. Someone like you is being called into spiritual authority, not for control, but for compassion. Isaiah 61:1 affirms this divine mission. The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives. You're marked not just to carry this light, but to release it. There's something beautiful about how this gift crosses borders and generations. It does not belong to the elite, the educated, or the extroverted. It belongs to the yielded. Children can carry it. Elders can carry it. The unseen, the quiet, the overlooked. God delights in marking those the world bypasses. Have you ever met someone unassuming, perhaps elderly or soft-spoken, but the moment you looked into their eyes, you felt a holy stillness settle over you? That's the magnetism that cannot be explained by age or appearance. That's spiritual fire wrapped in human form. Another powerful example is Helen Keller. Though deaf and blind, her presence moved people profoundly. Those who interacted with her described a light that came from within. Her spiritual insight was not limited by her physical senses. Rather, it radiated through her very being. She once said, "The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart." And chosen one, your magnetism works the same way. It cannot be touched, but it changes everything it brushes. 2 Corinthians 3:18 declares, "And we all who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory." That's the process you're in. Not only are you being transformed, but your transformation becomes contagious. When people look into your eyes, they catch a glimpse of what they were always meant to become. So now, pause and reflect. Have you dismissed this gift in yourself because it felt too strange or intense? Have you mistaken it for mere empathy or emotional sensitivity? Let me be clear, this is not ordinary. This is holy. And God chose you to carry it. You're not called to mimic the light of others. You are called to release the specific expression of His presence that only your eyes can carry. Don't bury this gift in modesty or fear. Don't let the enemy convince you it's useless or misinterpreted. When God marks your eyes, He is commissioning your presence to be prophetic. Every time you walk into a space, you shift the atmosphere, not because of who you are alone, but because of who He is in you, and He is not finished yet. Let this truth root deep within you. God will never stop marking His chosen. He will always raise up new voices, new lights, new eyes that shine with heaven's flame. But today He has chosen you, not randomly, not by accident, but by divine intention. Your eyes are not just windows, they are weapons, they are mirrors, they are maps, and through them, heaven is reaching earth. Chosen one, open your heart to this truth. The divine marks in your eyes are not an isolated blessing. They are part of God's strategic plan for the final days. In this era of filters, falsehoods, and virtual illusions, where social networks often replace sacred relationships, God is re-establishing the most ancient and authentic form of connection, the sacred encounter between spirit-marked eyes and truth-hungry souls. Your presence, your gaze, your light, it cannot be digitized. It cannot be replicated with code. It cannot be faked with performance. It is the raw, divine, living presence of God in human form. And every time someone locks eyes with you and pauses, every time a stranger feels peace without understanding why, you are witnessing this holy plan in motion. You are not just seen, you are recognized by heaven and by those desperate for a glimpse of it on earth. Have you ever met someone and felt in the first few seconds that there was something different in their gaze, something eternal, something holy? Did it stop you, soften you, or awaken something in you that had long been asleep? That's what it means when you encounter someone carrying these marks. You are not merely looking into a pair of eyes, you are meeting a vessel of divine presence. And if you, chosen one, carry these marks yourself, then you must understand the sacred weight you bear. Your eyes are no longer simply yours. They are God's instruments now, tools for healing, awakening, deliverance, and transformation. Do you feel that holy gravity? And now we arrive at the most vital truth in this revelation. Recognizing that you are chosen is only the beginning. The real question is, are you using the mark? Are you operating in the fullness of what has been entrusted to you? Because every divine mark comes with divine assignment. Your eyes were not marked to be hidden behind fear, comfort, or passivity. They were given to change the world. When God marks your eyes, He is handing you a spiritual key, one that opens doors not only in your life, but in the lives of everyone you are meant to impact. This key isn't for hoarding. It's for unlocking destiny, truth, healing, and alignment for those who cross your path, even for a moment. Take a moment to remember how Jesus used His gaze. It wasn't just symbolic, it was transformative. When He looked up at Zacchaeus in that sycamore tree, He didn't say much. He simply saw him, and that sight changed Zacchaeus' entire life. He moved from a man of greed to a man of generosity in a single encounter. Why? Because divine vision penetrates beyond behavior and awakens buried identity. Have your eyes done that for someone recently? And what about the woman caught in adultery, condemned by the crowd, shamed in the public square, likely unable to even lift her head? And yet, when Jesus looked at her, His gaze didn't carry disgust, it carried deliverance. It didn't affirm her sin, but it revealed her worth. That's how your marks are meant to function. Your gaze, when aligned with Christ, has the power to break shame, soften pride, heal wounds, and call out destiny. Are you walking in that authority, or are you still hiding your eyes behind doubt? John Newton, the former slave trader who later wrote Amazing Grace, spoke often about the moment of spiritual clarity that changed everything for him. Though he had committed horrendous acts, it was a divine encounter, an inner vision of truth that awakened him to grace. That kind of vision still exists today through God's chosen vessels, and you, chosen one, are called to be one of them. You may not have a pulpit, but you have a gaze. You may not have a stage, but you carry presence. And when you carry God's presence, your eyes become a mirror where others glimpse their true selves. Matthew 6:22 reminds us, "The eye is the lamp of the body." If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. This doesn't just apply to physical vision, it's about spiritual clarity. A healthy eye is one that sees through the lens of heaven. A healthy eye is not clouded by judgment, bitterness, or fear. So, how do you keep your spiritual eyes healthy? Through a life of consistent holiness, persistent prayer, and intimate communion with the Father. Just as a lamp requires oil to burn, your eyes need daily nourishment in the Spirit to shine. Consider Malala Yousafzai. As a young girl, she was shot for standing up for education rights, but she survived. And when she spoke before world leaders afterward, it was not her words alone that stunned them. It was the authority in her eyes. People saw fire in her, not rage, but resolve. Her vision had seen injustice, but her eyes were still filled with hope. That is divine sight in action. You may have gone through your own trauma, your own storm, your own persecution. But, chosen one, the trial did not dim your eyes. It trained them, and you are not alone. Around the world, even in this very moment, God is still marking eyes. Somewhere in a refugee camp, a young girl is praying and her eyes are beginning to glow with courage. Somewhere in a prison cell, a man is repenting and his sight is being restored from darkness to light. God has never left his people without voices, without torches, without lighthouses, and now he has positioned you to be one. Not just to shine for yourself, but to illuminate the path for others. 2 Timothy 1:6 says, "For this reason I remind you to fan into flame the gift of God, which is in you." That includes the fire in your eyes. That includes the glow of your presence. You must steward the gift. You must activate it daily. You must fan it until it spreads beyond you, into every room you walk into, every soul you interact with, every spiritual battle you enter. You are not passive. You are prophetic. Another beautiful example is Pope John Paul II. Known for his piercing, compassionate gaze, many people who met him described a feeling of being seen to the core. His eyes carried the weight of decades of prayer, of suffering, of purpose. He didn't need to speak loudly. He simply looked and people felt heaven. You don't need a robe or a title to walk in that same authority. You just need alignment with the one who marked you. So now, chosen one, it's time to shift from recognition to responsibility. What will you do with these marks in your eyes? Will you walk past opportunities, afraid of being misunderstood? Or will you begin to trust that when God marked you, he also empowered you? This is not a sentimental idea. It is a spiritual assignment. You have been chosen not just to carry light, but to release it, to let it overflow from your gaze and into the dry places around you. As you go forward, let Ephesians 1:18 be your anchor. I pray that the eyes of your heart may be enlightened in order that you may know the hope to which he has called you. That's the calling on your life. Not to merely survive, but to see others through the eyes of Christ, to see purpose where others see failure, to see healing where others see ruin, and to carry that vision with humility, grace, and power. You, chosen one, yes, you who are beginning to recognize these divine marks in your own eyes, must now understand the sacred depth of what you carry. This isn't a poetic metaphor. This is a holy reality. Every encounter you have from this moment forward becomes a divine appointment. Not one glance is random. Not one interaction is coincidental. When someone locks eyes with you, pauses and feels a sudden stirring in their soul, you're witnessing the supernatural in motion. Do you realize what God has entrusted to you? When someone seeks your gaze, when their spirit leans in, even if their words don't pull back. That moment may be their lifeline. That connection might be the very spark that reminds them, God has not abandoned me. Can your eyes carry that message, even when your mouth stays silent? You may not always feel ready. You may still feel like you're figuring it all out. But let this truth settle in your spirit. God doesn't mark people by mistake. If he has chosen your eyes to carry his presence, he's also equipped you with the grace to steward it. Ephesians 2:10 affirms this, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." That includes this very moment. You were prepared before your birth to carry this light. So when the weight of being chosen starts to feel too heavy, remember, it's not carried by your strength, but by his Spirit working through you. Do not fear the responsibility that comes with being chosen. You were not selected because of perfection. You were marked because of your availability. You were chosen not for applause, but for assignment. Can you look into the mirror today and declare with faith, I am chosen, not by my own worth, but by the unshakable grace that saw value in me before I ever breathed my first breath? Because when you do, something activates. Your identity aligns with your purpose, and from that place, your eyes begin to carry not just vision, but invitation, a divine invitation for others to encounter Christ. Consider Harriet Beecher Stowe, the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Her words changed the course of a nation, but those who met her in person often remarked on the depth and sorrow in her eyes. She didn't just write from intellect, she wrote from divine burden. Her gaze carried the pain of injustice and the hope of a freer world. That's what marked eyes do. They carry both truth and healing. Have you ever met someone and instantly known they've seen more than they say? That's what it looks like to carry a gaze marked by God. But chosen one, let me speak gently and truthfully. Not everyone is ready for this kind of presence. Not everyone is prepared for an encounter with eyes that reflect the face of Christ. That's why wisdom must accompany your gift. Discern the moments, read the atmosphere, let the Holy Spirit lead. Sometimes what someone needs is the softness of grace, a glance that reassures without overwhelming. Other times God will use the full intensity of your eyes to shatter chains, awaken identity, and confront lies. How will you know which one is needed? By staying deeply connected to the one who gave you the gift. Proverbs 2:6 says, "For the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding." Stay near his mouth, and you'll know when to speak and when to simply look. Like Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who opposed the Nazi regime. Even in prison, those who visited him described a strange peace that radiated from his presence. They said his gaze disarmed hatred. It didn't shout, it softened. It didn't retreat, it remained. That's what spiritual magnetism does. It doesn't compete for attention, it compels transformation. You don't have to argue theology to bring someone into God's presence. Sometimes all they need is your gaze. And in that moment, they remember what divine love feels like. So, how do you use these marks wisely? You begin by remembering, they were never given for your glory. They are not badges of spiritual superiority. They are not tools for control. They are instruments, sacred, precise, and powerful. They are to be wielded not like weapons, but like healing balm. Use your eyes to build bridges, not barricades. To bring people closer to truth, not trap them in judgment. Ask yourself, when people meet my gaze, do they feel seen or do they feel exposed? Do they feel shame or do they feel safe? Matthew 5:14-16 reminds us, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your light is not meant to be hidden behind fear or false humility. It is meant to shine, not for self-praise, but so others may glorify the one who marked you. And your eyes are part of that light. They are the first place others glimpse your soul and the one who lives within it. Even Mother Teresa, so tiny, so quiet, carried eyes that pierced through despair. The sick, the dying, the forgotten, all testified to the comfort in her gaze. It was as if she wasn't just looking at them, but into them. And through her, they felt heaven's eyes. You, chosen one, carry that same potential. You don't need a platform. You don't need a title. You just need to stay yielded. And perhaps you've wondered, but what if I get it wrong? What if I misread the moment? Hear this clearly. God is not looking for perfection. He's looking for obedience. The more you stay in communion with him, the more precise your timing will become. The more you pray, the more your gaze becomes prayer. The more you worship, the more your presence becomes worship. This is not a performance, it's partnership. And every divine mark operates best in surrender. So what will you do the next time someone stops and looks into your eyes, searching for something deeper? Will you let God speak through you? Will you let your silence carry weight? Will you allow your eyes to become a doorway to healing? Because, chosen one, every encounter is a divine opportunity. Every connection is an invitation for heaven to touch earth through you. In the final analysis, your gaze isn't about intensity, it's about intention. It's about becoming a lighthouse in a storm, not to draw attention, but to draw souls home. Chosen one, you carry more than you know. And the world is in desperate need of what you hold in your eyes. Walk with that awareness. Watch with that compassion. Wait with that discernment. And let your light speak when your lips do not. Because sometimes the greatest sermon someone will ever hear is the one they see in your eyes. Beloved chosen ones, as we bring this powerful message to a close, let this truth echo in your spirit. If you have ever seen these marks in someone else, speak life into them, encourage them, remind them of who they are. Because even those who are marked by God can grow weary. They can face seasons of doubt, isolation, and spiritual exhaustion. And often, one word of affirmation, one acknowledgement of the light in their eyes, can be the divine reminder they've been praying for. Do you realize how much power is in your testimony? By simply telling someone, "Your presence brought me peace," you could be reigniting the fire of someone's calling. And if these marks live in you, if you've felt the weight and wonder of being chosen, then take this moment to recommit to spiritual refinement. Like diamonds, the light you carry must be polished through intentional devotion. This is not a one-time awakening. It is a lifetime of alignment. Your spiritual eyes must be constantly cleansed, recalibrated, and immersed in God's presence. Through prayer, fasting, and immersion in the Word, your sight becomes sharper. Through worship and obedience, your vision becomes clearer. As Psalm 119 verse 18 says, "Open my eyes that I may see wonderful things in your law." Let your prayer be, "Lord, keep my eyes pure, focused, and ready to serve." But also, be on guard. In a world overflowing with images, media, distractions, and illusions, you must protect your spiritual sight. Not every image deserves to enter your eyes. Not every story deserves your focus. You are not called to be a consumer of noise, but a curator of light. As Philippians 4:8 reminds us, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, think about such things. And I say, gaze upon such things. Protect your vision. Guard it as the holy instrument it is. Because your eyes, chosen one, are not just passive windows. They are active portals. Portals of God's healing. Portals of divine communication. Portals of conviction, compassion, and restoration. Through your eyes, God is reaching the broken. Through your gaze, He is whispering, "You are not forgotten." So use your vision with purpose. Use it with intention. Use it with holy love. And always remember, you were not marked by accident. You were not randomly selected. You were chosen for such a time as this. You are the lighthouse in someone's storm. You are the unspoken sermon someone is reading. You are the living invitation into God's presence. Walk in that truth. Shine with that reverence. And never let the world dull what God Himself has marked. Now I turn to you, dear family in Christ. Thank you. Thank you for walking this spiritual journey with us. Your presence, your support, your prayers, and your testimonies are what keep this ministry alive. If this message has spoken to your soul, if you felt seen, called, or comforted, I invite you to support this work through the Super Thanks option below. Whether you choose to give or not, please know from the depths of our hearts, we're grateful for you. Every word of encouragement, every shared story, Every moment you spend with us is already a blessing. Your spiritual support is felt and cherished. And now, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May His face shine upon you. May He continue to purify your vision, strengthen your spirit, and awaken the divine light within your eyes. May your path be filled with purpose, and may your gaze always reflect the truth of who He is. Wherever you go, may others encounter heaven just by meeting your eyes. If you recognize these marks in yourself or in someone close to you, I invite you to share your story in the comments. Your testimony could be the very spark another chosen one needs to awaken. Let's light the way for one another. Let's reveal what it means to carry eyes marked by God. Together, let us be the proof that His light still lives in us.